Good morning, Excellency, dear participants, dear colleagues. Please take a seat. Thank you very much for joining us for today's conference on negotiable cargo documents. Before we start, we would like to invite you to watch a short video.
Imagine a world where trade is faster, safer, and more accessible. A world where goods in transit, regardless of their location, destination, and mode of transport, can be resold in just seconds with a few clicks, realizing their full value. A world where it is easier for importing businesses to access trade finance and for exporting businesses to get paid before their goods reach their destination. A world where all stakeholders in global supply chains can work with the same set of reliable data. Thanks to the UN Convention on Negotiable Cargo Documents, this vision is becoming a reality. So what is a negotiable cargo document, or NCD? Let's break it down. Today, transport documents issued by rail, road and air carriers are typically non-negotiable. This prevents them from performing similar functions as maritime bills of lading, which are widely used as a negotiable document of title. This creates cash flow problems for MSMEs when goods are transported via inland routes, limits the opportunities for businesses in landlocked regions to trade across borders, and hinders the ability of logistics providers to offer seamless door-to-door transportation services. NCDs can resolve these issues. NCDs are negotiable documents of title, either paper or electronic, that represent the goods in transit. As such, they enable the holder to claim the goods or transfer them to another party while they are en route. This is not a new concept. It has long existed in maritime transport. With NCDs, however, this mechanism will now be available for all modes of transport, including air, road, rail, and sea freight, regardless of whether the cargo is shipped unimodally or multimodally. For shippers and businesses, NCDs will be transformative, especially for commodity trading, where goods often change their final destination while en route. MSMEs, for their part, will benefit from increased liquidity and accelerated trade flows. But the benefits go beyond businesses. Countries too stand to gain enormously. Adopting the UN Convention on Negotiable Cargo Documents means boosting economic activity and revenues through simplified trade processes, encouraging investment, including in regional transport corridors by enhancing transparency, predictability, and standardization, and hence trust and reliability in trade. Supporting the digital transformation and operational efficiency of global trade by enabling the use of a single electronic NCD and the same set of reliable data across the supply chain. And enabling seamless, door-to-door transportation by all modes of transport, thereby establishing a level playing field for nations of all sizes all over the world. A new United Nations International Convention is required for negotiable cargo documents to become a reality. The United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, UNCITRAL, has been working on this new international framework since 2019. Intergovernmental negotiations started in 2022, with the final discussions set for July 2025. Submission of the NCD Convention to the UN General Assembly for its adoption is planned for late 2025. This is a critical moment. Countries still have the opportunity to shape the final version of the Convention. Their inputs will ensure the Convention is inclusive, effective, and meets the needs of diverse economies. For all countries interested in global trade, it is the time to act.
The flexibility to sell goods in transit to another buyer is becoming an important part of building resilience into supply chains in times of disruption.
For small businesses like ours, this convention means we can obtain trade finance more easily and compete in global markets without unnecessary barriers.
In today's disrupted world, we see multimodality and flexibility as key. This is why it is crucial that we can have a multimodal transport document that allows for this flexibility.
Banks can mitigate risks in trade finance transactions by either accepting negotiable transport documents as collateral based on an established legal framework, or by decreasing their capital requirements, depending on applicable regulations.
The Convention will reduce the costs of trade along inland routes. Most importantly, it will assist both landlocked countries and countries with significant overland territory to integrate more effectively into global supply chains.
The clock is ticking. Decisions made today will shape global trade for generations. Here's how a country can get involved. Reach out to UNCITRAL to learn more about the draft convention on negotiable cargo documents. Engage with trade and legal experts to understand the implications of the new convention. Collaborate with other nations to build consensus and support. The UN Convention on Negotiable Cargo Documents isn't just about trade. It's about empowering people, connecting nations, and building a future where global commerce benefits everyone. Join UNCITRAL and its implementing partner for this project, ITC. Together we can make history.
Thank you very much. For those who are curious, this video were not made by lawyers. So they were made by our implementing partner, the International Trade Center, ITC. We are very grateful for their support. And in addition to ITC, you may notice also on the program that this conference is being co-organized with two of our partner organizations, ESCAP and UNCITRAL. Thank you also for your support. Due to unforeseen circumstances, unfortunately, Madam Jubin Brett will not be returned back to Vienna until tomorrow morning. So today, her remarks will be delivered by our colleague, Ms. Samira Musayeva, the head of our non-legislative branch overseeing all capacity building programs at the UNCITRAL Secretariat. Samira, please.
Thank you, Yang Ying. Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, Excellency, on behalf of the Secretariat of the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, UNCITRAL, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this important conference on shaping the future, the impact of negotiable cargo documents on trade finance, regional connectivity, and digital evolution. Madame Anna Joubin-Brett, the Secretary of UNCITRAL, deeply regrets that she is unable to join us today due to conflicting commitments that require her presence elsewhere. She sends her warmest regards and best wishes for a successful event. This conference, as Yang Ying already said, is organized in partnership with the International Trade Center, the United Nations Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. We are very grateful for their valuable collaboration. For those less familiar with UNCITRAL, it's a subsidiary body of the United Nations General Assembly, established in 1966 to promote the progressive harmonization and unification of international trade law. Upon its establishment, UNCITRAL was requested to bear in mind the interests of all peoples, and particularly those of the developing countries, is the extensive development of international trade. UNCITRAL legal texts are prepared through inclusive intergovernmental negotiations that are open to all United Nations member states. Whether a country is developed, transitioning, landlocked, a small island developing state, or a least developed country, all perspectives matter in those negotiations. This diversity is essential to producing instruments that truly support the goals of harmonization and unification of international trade law. In addition to states, UNCITRAL values the views of a wide array of stakeholders, industries, professional associations, and practitioners, represented in the negotiations through invited intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. Their participation ensures that UNCITRAL texts strike a careful balance among often divergent interests. These and other key features, such as multilingualism, consensus building, and transparent, effective working methods, enhance the legitimacy and credibility of UNCITRAL law-making processes, and contribute to the high quality and global acceptance of its texts. Since its founding, UNCITRAL has earned recognition as the leading forum for developing practical and widely accepted legal solutions to the evolving challenges of international trade. While it has long addressed traditional areas such as international sale of goods, transport, and dispute resolution, its scope has expanded to include electronic commerce, public procurement, secure transactions, insolvency, and more recently, digital trade. It's therefore fitting that UNCITRAL has become the forum for negotiation of the draft convention on negotiable cargo documents, where many areas of law intersect. This draft convention, developed by UNCITRAL Working Group 6, which began its work in 2022, represents a transformational development for global commerce. It introduces a new negotiable document of title that can be used across all modes of transport. As we have heard, once this instrument is accepted by states, banks, and relevant industries, it will enhance flexibility, efficiency, and legal predictability in international trade. It will help bridge the trade finance gap, and when used in digital form, will contribute to the digital transformation of global trade. The importance of the upcoming consideration of the draft convention by UNCITRAL at its 58th session this July, and subsequently by the General Assembly at its 80th session this autumn, cannot therefore be underestimated. But before that, we host this important conference with our partners to increase awareness about this upcoming significant milestone in international trade law. Throughout the day, 4 panel discussions will explore the key features of the draft convention, offering insights from the perspective of trade finance, regional connectivity, multimodal transport, and digitalization. Let this conference be more than just a platform for sharing knowledge. Let it serve as a forum for dialogue, one that stimulates innovative and creative thinking, imagination, and collaboration. Once again, welcome to all, and we hope you find this conference meaningful and worthwhile your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Musayeva. And now we have the great honor to introduce Ambassador Mark Olo, the permanent representative of Kenya, also the chair of G77 Vienna chapter, to deliver a keynote address. Ambassador.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I stand before you and confess that I am an interested party. As you've heard, I stand representing the group of 77 and China as the chair, Vienna chapter. I stand as a consumer of goods that are the product or reaching me courtesy of international trade. I haven't ventured into trade yet, but hopefully, courtesy of what we're doing, I may just be a participant in the trade. But certainly, I'm also an interested party because I happen to be a lawyer by training, and some of these conversations are about law. But let me begin by expressing my gratitude and my sincere appreciation to the secretariat of UNCITRAL. Samira, thank you very much, for convening this very timely and important conference. I also extend gratitude to our esteemed partners, the International Trade Center, the United Nations Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific for their collaboration in advancing this agenda. Dear friends, we meet at a time and in a moment when the role of trade across all dimensions has taken on renewed urgency. While there are ongoing debates about who benefits most from international trade, there is near total agreement that trade must serve all. Moreover, to imagine and shape the future of trade as our conference calls upon us, we must sometimes draw insight from the past. As Samira has said, when UNCITRAL was established in 1966 by the United Nations General Assembly, it did so with a clear and far-sighted mandate to consider the interests of all peoples, and particularly those of developing nations, in the progressive development of international trade law. It is from this foundational principle that we must begin our reflections on today's discussions, which again is a conversation that is both urgent and timely. Recent figures from UNCTAD indicate that the global trade reached an unprecedented $33 trillion in the year 2024. $33 trillion, which was a 3.7% increase over the previous year. This was driven primarily by a notable 9% rise in services trade and a 2% increase in trade of goods. Notably, merchandise exports from developed countries to the global south significantly outpaced inflows in the opposite direction, meaning that there were more exports from developed countries to the developing countries. At the same time, among the developing countries, what we call South-South trade, that also grew by 5%, signaling a deepening of intra-economic ties and a strengthening of cooperation within the global south. I'll return to this particular issue shortly, but stay with that in your mind. But let me turn briefly to 4 key macro trends that I believe are shaping the global trade and development landscape. And these are: number 1, the inequality paradox. Number 2, technology as disruptor. Number 3, natural resources and environmental imperatives. And number 4, youth demographics. On the first issue, the inequality paradox, we see a paradox. And what is that paradox? That while global wealth and technological capabilities have advanced, inequality has also widened between nations and within nations. This deepening disparity poses a major challenge to shared prosperity and inclusive growth and development. Secondly, technology has emerged as a powerful disruptor, both positively and negatively. It has enhanced productivity, accelerated innovation, and facilitated business operations. Yet, the same technologies, particularly artificial intelligence and automation, has led to dislocations, misinformation, and systemic vulnerabilities. The third point, as a macro trend, is that the global economy remains deeply reliant on natural resources, many of which are located in the global south. However, environmental regulations introduced in response to climate imperatives, though necessary, sometimes inadvertently create barriers to trade for developing countries, impeding their access to key markets. And number 4, and perhaps the most promising, is the youth demographic. The group of 77 and China represents over 80% of the population of the world. Of this, Africa alone, by the year 2050, will host 2.5 billion people. That will represent a quarter of the population of the world. The median age of Africa is 19 years. This young population is digitally fluent, entrepreneurial, and brimming with promise. It not only represents a vast market, if you think about it in terms of 2.5 billion people, but it is also a formidable workforce, formidable labor force. In this context, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the largest in the world by number of participating countries, holds great promise. It is a catalyst for intra-African trade, industrialization, and a unified engagement in global markets. Complementary initiatives such as the Africa Union's Digital Economy for Africa, and indeed the African Digital Compact, are already laying the groundwork for improved digital connectivity, infrastructure, and innovation. So, Excellencies, dear delegates, think about the figures we started with and these macro trends. The question that we must now ask is, how can we shape a trading system that better serves the aspirations of developing countries? One that honors the original vision of UNCITRAL. First, in my view, we must ensure that instruments such as cargo documents are designed to support equitable participation in global trade. The proposed convention on negotiable cargo documents is a critical step forward. For too long, documents issued for land, air, and rail transport have lacked negotiability. That is, they cannot be freely transferred between parties as security. Unlike maritime bills of lading, and we saw that in the video, these documents do not support the mobilization of trade finance, particularly in landlocked and remote regions. This situation exacerbates financing constraints for micro, medium, and small enterprises. It limits access to finance or markets and hinders logistics providers from offering integrated door-to-door solutions. We also saw that on the video. The draft convention under consideration addresses this by, as we also witnessed, introducing a legally recognized negotiable document applicable to all modes of transport. By enabling such documents, NCDs, to function as transferable security, the convention has the potential to unlock trade finance, streamline logistics, and facilitate commerce across borders. Equally important, the convention supports digital transformation. And that's why we looked at what are some of those macro trends. We looked at all those statistics of the people who are digitally engaged. By recognizing NCDs in electronic form, it accelerates the digitalization of global supply chains. This shift reduces transaction costs, improves processing efficiency, and mitigates risks such as fraud or document loss. Digital infrastructure, such as the one I've referred to from the African context, will allow for a real-time tracking, enhanced customs clearance, and improved coordination among supply chain actors. For many developing countries, this presents an opportunity to bypass legacy paper-based systems and leap directly into a digital future, one where they are competitive, visible, and active players in the global economy. For the G77 and China, where small, micro, and medium enterprises constitute the bulk and the backbone of our economies, the implications are far-reaching. More efficient, inclusive trade processes contribute to growth, job creation, and think about those young people in Africa that need jobs, and the realization of sustainable development goals. The proposed convention, therefore, is not only a legal instrument, but a practical tool for fostering inclusive economic transformation. In other words, for bridging the widening inequality gap in the world. Distinguished delegates, it is for this reason that I call upon all members of G77, and I call upon all of you in this room and virtually in this room to engage widely in the ongoing work of UNCITRAL. This is the moment when multilateralism, a spirit in which states and other non-state actors engage in the co-creation of a future, in the full knowledge that what history has taught us is that when humanity comes together, they produce win-win solutions that are sustainable and that are more beneficial for all humanity. May you therefore, today and for the rest of this process, give full consideration to the finalization and adoption of this important convention. Let us ensure that the trading system of tomorrow is one that reflects the realities and aspirations of all nations, a system grounded in equity, opportunity, and mutual benefit. I thank you for your most kind attention and wish you all a very productive and insightful conference. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Markolo, for your very insightful remarks, and we are truly grateful for your support and presence today. So now we will have a 2-minute break, and then we will go straight into session 1, Understanding Negotiable Cargo Documents. Thank you. Good morning. Please take a seat. Welcome to session 1, Understanding Negotiable Cargo Documents. And this session will explain the background and current status of UNCITRAL Working Group 6 ongoing work on developing a new convention on negotiable cargo documents. We are very lucky to have the chair of Working Group 6, Professor Cervenka, with us today, and she will give us an overview of the work of this working group. Please, Professor Cervenka.
Before I start, I would like to thank the secretariat for organizing this conference, which I think will be a very good occasion to share views on this draft document, which hopefully will be finalized this summer. This is not mine.
Just very briefly, for those of you who may not be familiar with UNCITRAL, UNCITRAL is a subsidiary organ of the UN General Assembly, established in 1966 to further the progressive harmonization of international trade law. It's structured at 3 different levels: the commission that works through an annual session, and the working group, to a large extent undertakes the actual development of the work, and the secretariat, and that's where we are located, based in Vienna. And Working Group 6, and as you can see on the screen, has been started working on negotiable cargo documents and since 2022. Now I will hand over officially to Chair of Working Group 6.
So let me start immediately with my presentation. I would like to give you an overview. First of all, what will I talk about? First of all, the role and function of transport documents in general, the activities within UNCITRAL, this will be quite short, and then the key aspects of the draft convention on negotiable cargo documents. And finally, to give you my personal view on this new draft or this convention. Now, let me start with the role and functions of transport documents. Transport documents may be all kinds of documents which are needed for performing a transport, including accompanying documents or customs documents. I would like to focus on two kinds of documents which are dealt with in the international conventions on carriage of goods by road, on carriage of goods, namely the consignment note, as you see it on this slide, the consignment note, which in some other conventions are also called airway bill, and I will go back and forth. Consignment note, we have it again, another. We have in the Rotterdam rules, for example, is stated non-negotiable transport documents. So they have different wordings, but they all deal with the same issue. And then at the same time, I will also, or not at the same time, in addition, I will also talk about the bill of lading, or the, if you see it in the Rotterdam rules, the negotiable transport documents. As you see in these two slides, which you have in which I showed you in, quite recently, you see listed a number of conventions which deal with these kinds of documents. These conventions which are listed here are all the conventions which are in force. So maybe I hope I didn't miss too many. I think I missed the SMGS, and that was because I didn't have the English version with me, which later on I got from Jan Jegen. But in addition, I cited one convention, which are the Rotterdam rules, which are not in force. The reason for that is that this is an important transport convention, which was elaborated by UNCITRAL, so I thought it was worth mentioning it. If you see these slides, what I said, we have different wording, but they, with regard to the transport documents. What is important to see if you look here is when we come to the part mode of transport, they are all mode-related conventions. So the CMR for the road, CIM rail, Montreal Convention, air, CMNI, inland navigation, it's a very European convention. And then we have the Hague-Visby rules, the Hamburg rules, the Rotterdam rules, they are all C. What is striking is that there is no convention at the moment, convention in force dealing with multimodal transport contracts. There is one convention which has been elaborated in 1980, but it never entered into force. So I am focusing on those conventions which are actually in force. Now, what are the common features of these specific documents which are dealt with in these mode-related conventions? Now, if you see the first one, the consignment note, airway bill, non-negotiable transport document, whatever you call it, and I also listed up electronic equivalent, they have all one key aspect, that is the evidentiary function. I listed up here some articles which I will not mention here, but what is of importance is it gives prima facie evidence for the receipt of the goods by the carrier. That is one key function. The making of the contract of carriage and the conditions of the contract. And then we have some prima facie evidence on the good condition of the goods or the condition of the goods. It differs from convention to the convention, but in any case, it's good related. The condition of the goods, their packaging, and finally, with some variation, the number of packages, the quantity of goods, volume marks. So the evidentiary effect is one of the key aspects of the consignment note. Then there's one thing, there's always, since it's the prima facie evidence, there's usually always the possibility to prove the contrary against the accuracy of the wording in the document. However, there's one rule in the Rotterdam rules. Again, they are not enforced, but I wanted to briefly mention that there is no proof to the contrary against the consignee in good faith in some exceptional circumstances. But I think we do not really have to look into that. This is a very rare exception. Now, there is another aspect when we talk about consignment note or the function, and that is what I would call the blocking function, which means that you cannot make use of your rights if you do not present the document itself. Actually, this is an aspect which we find later on again when one become to the bill of lading or the negotiable document. But also with regard to the consignment note, we may have this specific function, and we have that if you see the CMR, so the Road Convention, the Railroad Convention, the CIM, the Montreal Convention, and again the Rotterdam rules, that if you want to make use of the right to dispose of the goods or the right to give instructions to the carrier, to say it in other words, you have to present the consignment note. The same goes under a certain exception, but this is a very, very rare exception if you want to take the delivery of the goods. But that's only with regard to the Rotterdam rules. All the other conventions only deal with this blocking function once you deal with the right to dispose of the goods. So that is the key aspect in this context. Now, if we come to the bill of lading, the bill of lading or the negotiable transport document or its electronic equivalent, this document has many more functions. And let us start with the negotiability. Now, the negotiability means that you really can trade the document as such. And in that context, you come also with the, well, this goes along with the function as document of title. And there's one definition which we only find in one single convention, that is a CMNI, that defines what is a document of title. In all other conventions, no, we don't say anything about that. What does that really mean? And if you see the definition, and later on you might read the definition which we have in our draft convention, you see there are quite similarities with regard to that definition. I won't read that out, but just to keep that in mind. Finally, or not finally, there's another key aspect, that is the position of the holder, the one who acquires the document. That is something which goes along the negotiability of the document itself. So then it says, and there we have some specific provision again in the CMNI, the bill of lading alone shall determine the relations between the carrier and the consignee. So again, it shows this aspect of negotiability of the bill of lading. Now, there are other functions which we have in the bill of, when we look into the bill of lading, they are very similar to that what we have when we deal with the consignment note, and that is the evidentiary function. So there we have very similar provisions in both conventions, or in all the conventions which deal with this transport documents. The evidence of the receipt of goods, the prima facie evidence for the making of the contract of carriage, description of the goods, number of packages. There is, however, one big difference, and that is once you come to the question of negotiability again, and you see it in the last line of this slide, there is no proof to the contrary against a consignee in good faith. So since you can trade or negotiate a document, there might be a holder of that document who is in good faith, and he should be able to rely on what is in the document. So the carrier cannot come up and say this is not correct. So there is the big difference, that you have this protection of the third party in good faith. Then you have this blocking function. I mentioned that before in relation to the consignment note. the exercise of the right to dispose of the goods. Again, there you need to have the document to present that document. In addition to that, and that is actually one very important issue, is the delivery. You cannot, the transport operator is not forced to deliver the goods without the surrender of the document. So in that respect, also the transport operator is protected. If there is a transport, is a bill of lading, he does not need to deliver the goods if there is no person who surrenders the document. Now, to just sum that up, I said economic significance, but you see it here already. The consignment note has very few functions, actually. It's proof of the proof document that's giving prima facie evidence, and the blocking function in some areas, mainly related to the disposal of the goods. The bill of lading has many more aspects, and one is the most important is the character of as a document of title that and there you can have the possibility to transfer the ownership of goods while the goods are in transit. I think that has been mentioned already before in the video and in the presentations. And you can use it as collateral in trade finance. That is not possible with a consignment note. Now, the reason now why we are here is that China in the year 2019 suggested that we should look into this issue, whether the consignment notes are sufficient for rail transportation. And I listed down here the arguments by China that they said the complaint to a certain degree that the railway consignment note cannot be used for the settlement and financing of letter of credit as an ocean bill of lading does. So it was the Chinese delegation who initiated the whole process and asked the secretariat to look into the substance, the matter further, the secretariat of UNCITRAL. Now, UNCITRAL elaborated on that, or elaborated several studies. The first one, which was issued in the year 2020, there it still focused on the railway transportation, as you see that. Possible future on railway consignment notes was the study. The next study had a different title, namely towards the development of a new international instrument on negotiable multimodal transport documents. This was also then the name of the study in 2022. So the focus was on multimodal transport documents. In the end, we got even rid of multimodal and just said it's not mode related. It can be unimodal and it can be multimodal. But that was the result of the studies of the UNCITRAL Secretariat in the year 2022. And as you have heard already several times, UNCITRAL started with, or asked to the working group 6 to deal with that subject, and we started working on a draft convention in December 22. Now, what is now the result or the outcome of the work of the UNCITRAL working group? And I have listed up some key aspects. Of course, I cannot deal with all the issues in this convention, but I hope I can grasp most of the important ones. Now, first of all, there had been some discussion whether or not it should be a convention, but that was agreed, I would say, sort of quite easily in the end, that it should be a convention, which we will have in front of us. And at the moment, the draft says the convention should enter into force after the ratification of 3 states. This still has to be decided, but that's what the draft says. Now, what is important is the scope of application of the draft convention. What are we dealing with? And I mentioned that already. We deal with what we call negotiable cargo documents, and I will tell you later on what we really mean by that. But what is important here is you see that a negotiable cargo document with reference to the convention. So the document itself has to make a reference to the convention. If it doesn't, the convention will not apply. We call that opt-in. We come to that later again. But this convention does not apply if there is no reference to this convention. The document has to be issued in connection with international transport of goods. So that is the key aspect. It doesn't really mean what kind of transport that is, whether it's a unimodal transport, if it's a transport by road or rail, or even by sea. It just needs to be an international transport of goods. Finally, we have to have some link to the state parties. Since we are dealing with an international convention, we need some linkage to the state party, the state who has ratified that convention. And here the draft suggests that the linkage should be that either the place of taking in charge of the goods or the place of delivery must be located in a state party. Otherwise, the convention would not apply. The substantive scope, again, we deal with the NCDs, and there's a very important issue already here. The Article 1 of the draft convention states it deals with the issuance, transfer, and legal effects of NCDs. So what is important to state here, we do not deal with the contract for the carriage of goods. That is dealt with in the CMR and CIM and any other convention which I mentioned. We are dealing here with the issuance, transfer, and legal effects of NCDs, not rights and obligations of the party to the contract of carriage of goods, not with, we do not deal with liability of the parties to the contract. This is a very important issue, and I mention here relationship with existing conventions. What we do not want is to get away or to get into conflict with existing conventions like the CMR, like the CIM. So there are two provisions in Article 1 that stay. First of all, we give priority to the conventions or even national law relating to the regulation and control of transport operations. That is one aspect. But at the same time, we also say that we do not intervene with other conventions. The existing conventions on carriage of goods shall remain unaffected. That is the key aspect. I put down here, maybe this is something which we might discuss on that. This is not in the text, but I still would like to point that out. What we have here, we deal with a negotiable document, and there we have one key provision in Article 7 stating that the holder acquires all the rights incorporated in the NCD. So that is now the key person who has all the rights under the NCD. So maybe this is one key aspect. But apart in general, we do not deal with liability again. So, and we call that the dual track approach. There is the underlying transport law, which might be regulated in a national law, or it might be regulated in an international convention. This will not be touched. What we are dealing with is the document itself. Now, what is the document? We have definitions in the draft. We say, first of all, it's a document signed and issued by the transport operator. So that's already important. The transport operator is the one who issues the document. And what I said already with regard to the scope of application, he issues that in connection with international transport of goods. It can be a paper document. It can also be an electronic record. We have some specific rules on electronic NCDs. So this is something which is also dealt with in this convention. And then the final thing is it's always an order document. So it can be blank order, but it's an order document. So these are the key aspects. The NCD is a transferable document. Again, what I said already, it's a negotiable document or it's transferable. And we state here, it can be done, the transfer of the rights incorporated in the NCDs. So if you have an NCD, it's the NCD itself that is transferable, and then the rights incorporated in this NCD will go along with that. So that's the normal way you deal with negotiable documents. by endorsement of another, and that can be done by endorsement or in certain instances without endorsement, if it's a blank endorsement. Again, here we have, in that context, this function as document of title, a very important provision. I cited the provision already in the CMNI, and there's now a definition for all kinds of negotiable papers in Article 7.4, which deals with this function as document of title. I think that's a very important provision. And I've cited it here. The transfer of possession of the NCD shall have the same effect for the purpose of acquisition of rights into the goods as a physical handing over of the goods. So the paper represents the document, the goods, or the paper or the electronic equivalent. Now, how will this draft convention work once it comes into this or deals with the matter of issuance? Now we have the one key aspect is you always need to have an agreement that you want to have an NCD which falls under this convention. So Article 3 is the key aspect. You have the agreement between the transport operator and the consignor. The transport operator only then shall issue a negotiable cargo document, and then again, that contains a conspicuous annotation with reference to this convention. So it has to be documented in the document itself, and only then this convention applies. So you always need this initial agreement that this should fall under this convention, that you want to have an NCD which falls under this convention. Otherwise, national law will apply whatever you do. And then again, in addition to that, you need another agreement, and that is on the method. How do you issue this document? And there we have what I would say quite interesting approaches in this draft. The first one is that you can issue a document by entering an annotation on the existing transport document stating that such document shall serve as NCD. We call that, or I call that upgrading, you can call it whatever, but you take this original consignment note, you put a stamp on it or whatever, you put an annotation on that, and then it will become an NCD. That is one possibility. The other one is that you issue a standalone NCD, that you don't put anything on an existing consignment note. There might not be anything, so you issue a standalone NCD. Normally, this will be done once the goods are taken in charge by the transport operator. There is one exception, and we discussed that quite in length in the working group. It may well be at a later time if there is an existing document already, and you want then to transform it into an NCD. In that case, however, the original one has to be cancelled, as it's stated in the draft. Now, if you have issued a document, then of course the question is, what is the position of the person who holds finally the document, the holder of the negotiable cargo document? And there we have some very important provisions in Article 7. Article 7 states the holder acquires the rights under the transport contract to the extent that these rights are incorporated in the NCD. Now, it's only then the holder has all the rights. He exercises the rights as the only one. He's the only one who can make use of the rights he has acquired. The right to demand delivery, the right of disposal, the right to bring a claim against the transport operator. That is stated exactly in this in the text. And the holder also assumes liability once he has acquired or exercised the rights he has acquired. So if he has disposed of the goods, if he had given the carrier, the transport operator, some instructions, and the carrier incurs some costs, then the holder has to pay for that. The NCD, and that is also is stated in the document, the holder has to produce the NCD. Again, this is the blocking function. So he has to legitimate himself. I am the holder of the document. I am the one who has the right. And then, of course, this is then also the blocking function. Again, what I mentioned before. The NCD, of course, has as a general transport document this evidentiary function, which I mentioned before. So that is nothing new. So we have what you have already under the consignment notes, the evidentiary function, and that again, this is mirrored in the draft document for the NCD. And there, since it's a negotiable paper, we have again here the protection of a third party in good faith. So there is no proof to the contrary against the third party in good faith. Now, my final slide is a very short one, and I don't think at least I do not want to go too much into detail, but still it's very important. We deal with the electronic negotiable cargo document as well, the ENCD. And we have specific provisions in the draft documents along the lines of the MLETR. So this is reflected more or less, but we thought it is important also to have specific rules for the electronic NCD to translate what is more or less in the MLETR for this purpose of this convention. We have some specific provisions in general, the requirement of the reliable methods, the accessibility of information to be contained in the NCD, possession requirements. One very important thing, endorsement requirements. How does that, what does that mean in the context once you have an electronic document, and what happens if you change the medium? So these are specific provisions which are in our draft convention, which are what I consider very important if you want to cover the whole kind of documents in this world of negotiable transport documents or cargo documents. Now, to come to the end, what are the advantages? I think they have been mentioned already before, but I think I would like to point out some, I would say, more technical aspects. First of all, the NCD is a document, a negotiable document, which can be used for all modes of transport. So not only maritime or road or rail, but for all modes of transport, including multimodal transports. It unifies the key elements of negotiable transport documents. I think that's also something. What you've seen, we have here some provisions. In the Hague rules, you have hardly anything. You have in Rotterdam a little bit more. The CMNI is very limited, has a very limited scope. So here we have a universal, a global convention where you have all the key elements of a negotiable transport document enacted. It regulates, what I said, it regulates the electronic NCD. And then a very important aspect, and I think maybe we will have some discussion on that, but it leaves the existing conventions unaffected. So it's an add-on. It's something in addition to that, and I hope this is then a help for the practice to see how it works together, that you can have the CMR, and at the same time you can also have an NCD, so these conventions are not in conflict. So this is a tour d'horizon in a very short manner on the existing and hopefully future documents, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Beata. It's indeed a very challenging job to summarize the work of past 3 years of negotiation into just less than 20 minutes. And I will supplement, could you please put back the slides? I will supplement your very comprehensive presentation just by briefly 3 examples of when NCDs can be used or envisaged. And in the first example, suppose I'm a car dealer in Germany, and I found a buyer in China in a city called Chongqing who would like to buy some cars. And the buyer would like to import those cars via the China-Europe Rail Express instead of a maritime route. And I never heard about Chongqing, so I didn't want to dispatch the cars without getting paid. And the buyer in Chongqing also do not want to pay until the cars arrived. So we had some issue who is going to make the first move. So the buyer in Chongqing went to its bank to ask for a letter of credit to be issued. And letter of credit are essentially a promise by the banks to pay against the presentation of certain documents, so no other conditions. And while letters of credit can be issued when non-negotiable railway consignment notes are presented, but these documents are just receipts. Unlike maritime bill of lading, these documents cannot allow the holder to claim delivery of the goods. It also cannot allow the holder, the bank, to take it as a collateral, so that as a guarantee to be able to lend more credit line on the basis of such a document. So what happened? This is a real case, is not a hypothetical example. So the parties were creative. They came together, contractually recognized the railway consignment note as a negotiable consignment document. And they signed the tripartite agreement together with the bank. And to my knowledge, over 8,000 of those contractually created railway negotiable railway consignment notes have been issued. And as we all know, these contracts only bind the parties to the contract, not beyond. That's why there was a need for a statutory law to create such a document. And the other two examples you see on the screen, one involved these were concerned 4 pilot projects about negotiable cargo documents that were completed last year, 2 paper version and 2 electronic version. And one concerned the transportation of wheat from Kazakhstan to China by rail and road. And the documents issued, both paper and electronic version, were taken by Bank of China as a collateral, so as a security. So the importer in China, by offering this negotiable NCD to the bank, were able to borrow more money from the bank, even though this importer did not have other equipment factory to offer to the bank as a collateral. So essentially, this NCD helped this importer to borrow more money from the bank. And this pilot was done on the basis of an open account, so not letters of credit. And then the second example involves the transportation of fertilizer from Turkmenistan to Romania, involving both all maritime, rail, and road. And it was issued one single ENCD covering the door-to-door transportation. No bank was involved in this pilot, and the value of those pilots was to demonstrate that you could, in theory, to be able to have a real ENCD issued for the multimodal journey. And this is particularly important for customs because ENCDs, they are documents of title. So when the issuer issue this document, they have to be particularly diligent to ensuring the accuracy of the information because the document representing the goods. So because of this feature, the ENCDs are a highly valuable source of data. So if such data could be shared with the customs in advance, such as in this, that was they tried to achieve in that pilot, but in the end, the customs were not yet involved in that pilot. And to our knowledge, another new pilot is being planned with the custom to demonstrate essentially the value of the data and how that could be shared with the customs. So these are the 3 examples to illustrate, I know that we started late, so in order to catch up, I would suggest we go straight to the break, and there's some coffee just outside the corner. Please feel free, and we will invite you to be back here at 11:30 so we can start session 2 on time. Thank you very much. Dear participants, thank you for returning back. Now we will move to session 2, unlocking growth. How could negotiable cargo documents help bridge the trade finance gap for small businesses? And this session will be moderated from Ms. Negotiable from the ICC Austria. And Ms. Leo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yang Ning. And before we start, I would like to applaud you for putting the conference together. It is wonderful to see UNCITRAL getting involved during negotiation of initiatives and involving all the stakeholders that they can to ensure successful outcomes and successful initiatives, in particular with a project that is as important as the Negotiable Cargo Documents initiative. So thank you very much and kudos to you. Good morning, esteemed delegates, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone online. It is wonderful to see you, and Oswald, I can already see you. Hello, hello from Vienna. Lovely to have you here. Many small businesses face significant hurdles when accessing trade finance, with the global trade finance gap estimated by the Asian Development Bank now reaching a record of 2.5 trillion USD. Next to strict compliance and regulatory requirements, this is due to the lack of collateral or credit history. Traditional financing methods often leave them at a disadvantage when compared to larger enterprises. This inadequate access to trade finance prevents small businesses from participating in global trade, stifling growth and market opportunities. And I'm very excited, ladies and gentlemen, to now moderate a panel session on the importance of trade finance and also what trade finance actually is. And for that, I welcome Mr. Tomasz Kubiak, Policy Manager of ICC Banking Commission. I call him my bigger brother, because as I'm ICC Austria, a national committee, he is the secretary of the ICC Banking Commission. He manages the day-to-day activities as well as all the initiatives coming out of the Banking Commission. Next to him, Ms. Gwen Mubaba, Director and Global Head of Trade Finance of the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank. I'm very happy to have her here to give a development perspective as well as a regional focus on the continent Africa. And last, but certainly not least, Oswald Kuhle, Senior Digital Trade Advisor for the Asian Development Bank. And Oswald and Tomasz and I go way back in the ICC environment because he used to head the Digital Standard Initiative, which you will hear about later on in this afternoon. With the current leadership, Pamela Ma is in the room. So let's start off perhaps a little bit in a wider scope. Tomasz, maybe you could give us a little insight on what ICC actually is, and then we move on to the question, so what is trade finance and why is it important?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you all for being here and listening to our panel, the important highlighting the importance of trade finance. So I'm Tomasz Kubiak, and what is ICC is the World Business Organization, representing close to 40 million private companies, big, small, in almost 100 countries. We have national committees as I said, in almost every country in the world, and for more than a century representing the private sector, trying to harmonize trade, facilitate it, bring opportunities for and more precisely within our topic on trade finance, standardization of trade finance instruments. So what is trade finance? Really, it's a set of different a designation of different instruments, product and scheme available, made available by financial institutions overall, for corporates willing to trade internationally or domestically. And what does those instruments do really is secure, mitigate the risk, optimize, allow for timely payments of international trade operations. So we heard earlier the mention of letter of credits. That's typically one instrument. So you have different others, guarantees, documentary collections, factoring, trade loans, supply chain finance, anything that really gives the flexibility for the corporates to reach new markets and essentially get good enough trust in their counterparts. So the Banking Commission really includes a set of industry experts in this matter. So from the end user, really the corporates using those instruments, as well as the financial institutions providing them, and any relevant actor within trade and trade finance. So really the confidence, the trust is the key word here. It provides really like this safety net and enables really like trade to happen. Why is it even more important for small and medium enterprises is that trade finance can be limited. Small or medium enterprises often have more limited capital, more limited cash flow, perhaps less diversity in their trade partners, and sometimes lack of information, of relevant information. All those trade finance instruments are here to meet the gaps, to fill the gaps rather, and enable trade to happen and corporates to develop and grow. So that's the main feature of why trade finance is essential, and why our members are involved in the process of the NCD currently with UNCITRAL.
Thank you, Tomasz. That was very wonderful overview of what ICC is. Moving on to Gwen, perhaps you can give a little bit of an introduction to those online or here in the room who are not familiar with Afreximbank, and also to you, what is your take on trade finance and why is it important?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and good day to everybody. So my name is Gwen Moaba and I represent the African Export and Import Bank. For those of you who are not familiar with the institution, Afreximbank, as it's known in short, is a multilateral development finance institution whose mandate is to finance intra and extra-African trade. The institution was established in 1993, is owned by 54 African governments, private African financial institutions and corporates, and also some international financial institutions such as India Exim, China Exim, Standard Chartered, Citibank, Bank of Tokyo, Mitsubishi. Our key focus is to finance trade, as I've mentioned, and this includes short-term trade, medium-term trade, and even trade-enabling infrastructure. So you will find the name of Afreximbank popping up even when we are doing project financing, as long as it's trade-enabling. So we finance seaports, airports, rail, roads, any infrastructure that is trade enabling, dams, etc. And on the question about why is trade important, and actually this question can be answered as to why the institution was created. In the context of Africa, the needs of the African continent when it comes to infrastructure development was so great that the African Development Bank back then, who had a division that should have been doing short-term trade, really didn't prioritize it because there were so many infrastructure needs on the continent. So the president of the African Development Bank at the time then decided to carve out that department and create an institution that would focus solely on trade finance. And that is why the institution was created, because you can have all of the infrastructure that you need. If you don't have the trade to finance the goods, or that move on that infrastructure, then there's no point having the infrastructure because the goods need to be financed. And I think this speaks to why trade finance is so important. And you will note that even in times of crisis, when people tend to scale back on things like big project financing, trade never stops. Countries need to continue functioning. So for example, in Africa, where Most countries are net importers. You still need to import refined petroleum products to power the economy. You still need to import essential food items such as wheat or maize for those who are importing. You still need to operate businesses. So trade finance is critical to the functioning of any economy. And actually, that is the one thing that doesn't stop when everything else ceases.
Thank you, Gwen. That was very enlightening. We often hear about the global trade finance gap that currently stands at 2.5 trillion USD. And the number goes back to a survey done by the Asian Bank of Development. But what does the number actually stand for? And I have Oswald here from Asian Bank of Development who can give us a little bit more on the background. What kind of unmet needs, missed opportunities, or excluded businesses does this number represent? And Oswald, maybe you start off a little bit telling us about the Asian Development Bank as well.
Thank you so much. So my name is Oswald Kaler. I'm from the Asian Development Bank. And when you have a look at our mandate, it is really to foster economic growth, social progress, and regional integration across Asia and the Pacific, with our main goal really being how do we reduce poverty. We do that through a whole bunch of different activities, but I think specific to today's session, we provide loans and grants, and we support trade through trade and supply chain financial products, generally sharing risk with banks, where we provide loans and supports, and we have 68 member countries. Now, it's interesting, the last time I think all of us were on a panel together, or at least some of us, was about 6 years ago when that trade finance gap was $1.5 trillion. So I think the first thing to note is, unfortunately, it's been growing, which is not a good signal. The second thing is, when a lot of people see that number, it's really difficult to really understand or grasp what that practically means. So the first way in which I'd look at that is to really see it as a signal. It's a signal that there's a shortfall between the demand for trade finance and the financial system's ability to actually go and service that demand. And it's not necessarily because the businesses are bad businesses or bad deals, but there's a whole bunch of reasons why some of those requests get rejected. And so when we think about the request, and Thomas touched on it, it really reflects back to, you can imagine an SME going to a financial institution requesting trade finance, whether it's a letter of credit, supply chain finance, or receivable financing, and getting rejected, again, not because the business isn't viable, but often because there's either a lack of documentation, a lack of credit history, or it's ultimately located in a jurisdiction where the risk assessment is really difficult to comprehend, or there's weak data or legal infrastructure. Additionally, a lot of this is also driven by just the inefficiency in servicing more and more and more customers through paper-based processes. When we think a lot about our own organizations, over the last 2 decades, we've gone from organizations that were very paper-based, whether it's your HR function, your procurement function, supply, et cetera, to where we've basically automated and digitized most of our internal processes, making them quicker, simpler, cheaper, and faster to execute. And we haven't necessarily been able to do that with the ecosystem, leading to those processes still being costly and really prohibiting people from, accessing trade finance at scale. Now, the hardest that are ultimately hit by this is the SME. And so let's use, 2 examples, right, of what that actually looks like. So imagine a textile manufacturer in Bangladesh with a confirmed export order from a European retailer. And it's the largest order they've ever taken on, which is good for business. So, they are celebrating, they got this great, good deal, their business is growing. And they have the capacity, they have the workers, but they don't have the material necessarily required to fulfill that larger order that they finally received. But the challenge is they can't get pre-shipment finance to buy the actual raw cotton to actually pay the staff to complete the order. And so when you think about that example, great opportunity that could lead to growth, can lead to new jobs, but it's a missed opportunity because they can't get access to finance. Very similar, imagine someone, in Vietnam, for example, who's an electronic parts supplier and they want to import components from China, but they can't get either the letter of credit or the trade credit insurance for that actual deal. So they have fundamentally two options: either don't do the deal, don't go into that business or that opportunity, or the second one, which I think we also unfortunately see, is they go into unregulated sources for trade finance where there's extremely high interest rates, and ultimately it suppresses the productivity of those SMEs and it limits their ability to actually grow and create new jobs. And so those are some of the key challenges that I think all of us are ultimately motivated and say, how do we address that? How do we enable entrepreneurs who have great ideas, who want to grow their businesses, but just need the financial system to support them in that process to ultimately unlock that? The final example that I'll also give, and I think it's something that we see with a lot of banks today, where because of things like tariffs, the working capital requirements for businesses have also been enormously adjusted in the short term, at least, is how do we ensure that viable businesses who do great work, when we have these macro level events where there are some short-term challenges, can actually survive those events, can rely on the trade finance ecosystem to actually support them through that process. And all of these things come back to that trade finance gap. Our objective, Gwen, all of us are fundamentally focused on how do we reduce that number. And it's been fantastic working with people like Luca Castellini, because the work that UNCITRAL does directly helps us remove some of the inefficiencies and challenges out of the system so we can make it easier, quicker, simpler, and faster and cheaper for organizations to automate processes, digitize it, and find new and exciting ways to engage the SME community to ensure they actually get access to trade finance.
Thank you, Oswald. These were plenty of examples from the Asian region. Gwen, what does the trade finance gap look like, and what does it stand for on the African continent?
Yeah, thank you. This is a really important question. And actually, out of that $2.3 trillion of global trade finance gap, in the African context, that trade finance gap continues to sort of swing between $90 billion and $110 billion every year. This is according to the survey done by the African Development Bank each year. We're actually doing the survey for 2025 currently, so we're hoping to see a reduction, but history has not supported that theory. Now, basically, that trade finance gap in the African context is essentially very similar to other parts of the world, is the amount of trade that is going on the African continent that goes without financing. Now, $110 billion of opportunity for trade that does not have the privilege to access financing is a huge amount and could make a huge amount to any economy's GDP. So, and there's a number of reasons for this wide gap, because when you look into the data set of the types of businesses that are comprised of that trade finance gap, they're mainly SMEs. And Oswald has alluded to this. And in Africa, you will find in many parts of Africa, 80% of the GDP contribution is coming from SMEs. Now, if SMEs can't get access to financing, you can see the knock-on effect for the economic well-being of a country. Now, there are several reasons why SMEs struggle to access financing, trade financing or otherwise, contributing to this huge gap. And some of these reasons include SMEs by their nature, and actually, maybe I should just give a disclaimer. An SME in Africa may look very different to an SME in Europe or America or China. I mean, in Africa, SMEs can be very, very small. Sometimes it's micro institutions, but they all have a very, very important role to play. So in some instances, many of these SMEs would be people who just started businesses. The business becomes successful when they saw a need, but they don't then put structures for governance in place as that business grows. So all of a sudden they find themselves with this quite substantial business. They are winning a contract, maybe from a mining company to supply, but they don't have the governance structures in place to be able to satisfy the risk acceptance criteria of a bank. And other things that a lender will look for as well is they will want a track record of financial performance. Maybe the SME did not bother to keep financial records or even get their accounts audited. So they'll tell you, I'm making X amount of money in turnover. It's a lot of money, but they have not had it audited. So that's a problem as well. And another consideration that banks will look for when they are considering lending to SMEs might be the availability of collateral, because the balance sheets of these SMEs on their own can't really stand on their own as a credit acceptable entity for the amount of debt that they need. So they would need collateral, but they don't have collateral. And another issue that we see prevalent with SMEs also could be things like key man risk. Usually these SMEs are started by an individual. There's no succession plan. So the question is, if something happens to that owner, what happens to the business? Can the business outlive the owner? Now, in spite of all of these problems, I think for development finance institutions such as ourselves and others like the African Development Bank, Trade and Development Bank, Development Bank of South Africa, etc., across the continent, our challenge is, how do we find alternative ways of financing these SMEs? Because if we continue to try and finance these SMEs using traditional means, then we will continue having this problem. Research has shown that the rejection rate for large corporates is less than 30%, whereas for SMEs, it can be in the high 60s. So we need to narrow this gap so that banks are, accepting SMEs almost at the same level as they're accepting large corporates. So as a development finance institution, as I say, we look to alternative means of trying to finance these SMEs. And there are a few, so, non-negotiable cargo documents, I think is a big step towards helping SMEs access finance, because you've heard from the presentation earlier, they'll be able to use those instruments as collateral. They'll be able to use those instruments as a source of repayment when they go to a lender. But in the meantime, development banks are also looking at alternative things. You can see on Oswald's backdrop, there's supply chain finance. Supply chain finance is a wonderful alternative to financing SMEs, particularly when you talk about reverse factoring or payables finance, where you have a big anchor buyer that has a string of SME suppliers. As long as the performance risk of those SMEs has been eliminated, i.e. they've delivered the goods or the service, banks can come in and find a way of financing them so that their growth is not stifled. They get their money and they can go and produce more goods. We also support traditional factoring. In fact, in the past, Afrexim Bank has worked with UNCITRAL to develop a model law for factoring in Africa so that countries could start adopting this legislation in their own countries, so that companies and banks can start to offer factoring, because factoring is very well suited again to the SME segment. So I think I'll pause there.
Thank you, Gwen. Tomasz, I will not ask you what the trade finance gap looks like from an International Chamber of Commerce perspective, but I would like to take up the opportunity, because we're talking about trade finance and we are here to educate a lot of people on trade finance. So what does the ICC do to help advertise that trade finance is actually very low risk? Do we have numbers for that? Do we have initiatives that will help helping the others, may that be development banks or commercial bank, to prove that trade finance is actually very risk-free business?
So the answer is actually yes, we do monitor for the past 14 years actually how trade finance globally is performing. It's called the ICC Trade Register. which we do in cooperation with our member banks, which are providing us their live data operations. So really their internal anonymized and vetted and controlled trade finance flows. And we see over the past 14 years, I think, soon to be 15, that trade finance is actually very low risk. The default rates are smaller than 0.1% globally. There's different variation across products and across regions, but in general, we see that even in time of crisis, thinking a global pandemic, thinking disruption in the Red Sea, for example, if a cargo goes, if a ship blocks like the Red Sea for a couple of days, if global crisis, actually financial crisis happen, the resilience of trade finance is still very strong. To what Gwen said earlier, trade happens no matter what, and trade finance happen no matter what and stay resilient no matter what. And that's something that we clearly see in the past 14 years figures that the trade registers shows. Obviously we can have like more granularity, more specifics, but that's the essential message that is being conveyed by our members and by their corporate clients, so the corporates, big and small, that they serve.
Thank you, Thomas. So the ICC has taken a strong interest in the UNCITRAL initiative on negotiable cargo docks, in particular because it can serve as a collateral and therefore then give SMEs financing, and hopefully in turn, even if it's a tiny bit, but reduce the trade finance gap. But even with a strong legal instrument in place, practical uptake can be difficult. And we need an alignment across the trade ecosystem for the negotiable cargo document instruments to work. Now, I think we are all coming from an environment where we have to advocate. We are all very aligned with advocacy and fighting the uphill battle. So from your perspective, what will be key to driving adoption of negotiable cargo docs by banks, traders, or any other market player, just from your perspective? And Oswald, I would like to start with you.
Okay, I'll preference my answer by saying ICC did not pay me to say what I'm about to say. I think the key thing is, I think all of us, everyone watching in this room, really, in my opinion, should engage ICC to see how we can support. We've seen over the last, let's say, 5 years, that the benefit of leveraging ICC is that firstly, it has millions of members. Secondly, that is across all industry verticals. So it's banks, it's carriers, it's exporters, importers, you name it. And it's across various geographies. It's regional agnostic. The second one, and I know the DSI, I know Pamela Moss, I think, in the audience, what's massively important is the ability to, both on the legislative reform side, work through whether it's ASEAN and Commonwealth and different nations and UNCITRAL to see how do you drive the adoption. But also, you know, the DSI also has an industry advisory board where you do have banks and you do have exporters and importers, carriers, etc., all working together. So for the Asian Development Bank, I think for us, it's going to be important to see how do we both continue to support the work that the DSI is doing and work closely with the International Chamber of Commerce to see how do we participate in that journey by supporting either through education, business case production, or whatever it might be. But I would highly recommend, leveraging ICC for these big initiatives.
Thank you, Oswald. Gwen, would you like to give us your point of view? And I can see a question in you. in the Zoom call. But
Yes, certainly. I mean, from my perspective, I think as a development finance institution, we can certainly help with adoption, as we've done in the example that I gave on factoring, where we did a lot of advocacy for adoption of the model law for factoring. Now, because we have a network of, I think right now, 260 African banks within our trade facilitation program. So we can certainly help with lobbying and disseminating information, incorporating the developments under the NCD protocols when we do our capacity building events. I mean, these are just a few ideas thinking off my feet, I think, on how we can increase the adoption. But I think also if ourselves as a development finance institution lead, so if we start to solution on the basis that we accept these negotiable cargo documents, other African banks would also start to adopt. Thank you.
wonderful. Tomasz, any thoughts?
Well, I think the key element, I think, is having a clear awareness plan of all the different actors to know exactly what each actor is meant to be. And this goes through what Oswald just alluded to, the use cases, really like practical piloting. And we've seen examples, at least 3 examples on the slide in the previous on the previous panel. And I think that is essential to kind of in real time figure out what are the requirements, what are also like the specific points to focus on for each actor, what are really like, what is the role for each of the relevant actors, and learning by doing. So that's the work that's, I guess, is gonna take on even more. And for which ICC and its members are plenty are ready to step up to really make sure that we have as many hopefully successful cases for others to take on, and for really the well, the new way of trading to feel convenient for trade actors. So yeah, the keyword, I guess, would be trying really use cases and piloting.
Thank you, Tomasz. Piloting, I think, is a key word in there. I can see a question from the audience, from our virtual audience. Please have the floor. We are happy to take your question.
I think you're giving me the floor. Thank you very much. My name is Hanan Besha. I am very active in different standards developing organization. And I would like to make this intervention as the vice chair of the UNCIFACT, looking at the different projects related to transport and logistics. I would like to take this opportunity to explain again the role of UNCIFACT and how we could contribute. UNCIFACT work on standards with different standards experts to develop free-to-use standards that support the digitalization of multimodal transport with a focus on simplification and accessibility for SMEs. So we could definitely help you defining the exact data subsets aligned with existing standards, terminology, definitions that are adopted by different organizations. We are working with ISO on UNTDED. UNTDED is very important standards adopted by ICC as well when they are defining their data element needed for different documents. I would like as well to highlight the fact that we have an open development process, so everyone could participate actively in these standards. We are trying to empower women, all the countries, very inclusive framework to collaborate together. As we speak, we have as well Sue Probert on the call. She's supporting me as domain coordinator, and she's leading one of the most relevant, I think, projects that we would like to highlight, which is basically creating the exact subsets based on our standards to meet the requirement of ICC. We have structured data sets for each document relevant to trade finance, and we'll be very, very happy to work with you defining the subset once we have clarity on the data element, on the requirement for this multimodal negotiable cargo document. We almost finalized a joint e-bill of lading standards with ISO as well. That's we are really at the very last stage. It has been approved as draft standards for e-bill of lading, and I think there is a lot to be reused, a lot to be leveraged, and very important to collaborate from your end, defining the need, from our end, defining the data elements in a structured way. And I like the fact that we have really complementary roles. We have different focus, different experts, different expertise, and it requires much more than regulations, much more than standards to make sure that we have adoption. Capacity building is key as well, as was highlighted earlier. Thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to continue our collaboration with a focus on data standards from our end.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your intervention. I can see another question, and please, also in the room, if you would like to ask us a question, we're very happy to take questions from the audience. We also added some links for you, for our virtual people in the room, so that you can look up Afreximbank, the Asian Bank of Development survey, as well as what the ICC Banking Commission is all about. Our vice chair of the ICC Banking Commission, June Xu, is now on the line. Hello, June. Lovely to see you. June, you on mute?
Hello, Leo. Nice meeting you online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. As introduced by Yan Ying, that Bank of China launched the first 3 trade financing transactions and UNCITRAL NCD draft convention pilot project involving 2 paper NCDs and 1 electronic NCD on open account payment terms last year. And actually, we just did our 4th transaction on April 28th this year. All these trade financings were provided to SMEs. Just as Thomas mentioned, we are learning by doing. And it was really an exciting experience for us to explore the opportunities in providing new trade finance solutions for the clients in international trade using multimodal transport methods involving railway shipments using NCDs, and at the same time taking such instruments as a new type of collateral to mitigate trade financing risks for the bank. And as a member bank, we are very glad that Thomas, a policy manager of ICC Banking Commission, has also attended today's meeting, and we are interested in learning from Thomas how will ICC Banking Commission prepare for the usage of NCD from ICC's perspectives. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, June. Well, the main role, I guess, would be for incentivizing really so all our ICC members to participate to those kind of specific use cases. So as was alluded previously, the cases where with involving an NCD or ENCD. So we'll have also like a discussion around the specifics on the digital aspect of it, which is also essential. And also depending on the specific setup that those examples had. So one was involving open account transaction was the first one, I think, included a letter of credit. So it's obviously going to impact the way each actor is gonna have to interact, the requirements that are gonna be necessary. And so I guess we need all those different examples in order to create almost an awareness, a guidance like book, depending on each use cases to be able to, for the next ones coming, to be able to have a kind of examples that worked. And so the main role of the ICC Global Banking Commission is really to help set up those piloting and use case by use case, really, with the specific focus, and kind of even agglomerating them into a guidance, a clear guidance book, which allows like everyone to really see, depending on my specific need, my specific the specific instrument I'm going to use, the specific country counterparts are, what are the specific elements I need to do, what are the specific hurdles as well. So that's essential, and we're lucky enough to, as I mentioned, to represent private sector globally, having it worldwide, presence worldwide. So we'll not like fall short in those cases, and in hopefully volunteers for those tribes.
Thank you so much.
Tomasz, I may add something to that from the perspective of the legal committee of the ICC Banking Commission, which I'm also a member of. So I'm not only representing a national committee, but also I'm a member of the Banking Commission, as well as the legal committee under the esteemed Dr. George Afaki. So the legal committee has been taking a great interest over time, and therefore also provided opinions and input to the entire process and to the entire initiative. And one has to also understand that as it is a legal instrument, it is a convention to be drafted. And while bankers are very important to help close the trade finance gap, under normal circumstances, they're not necessarily lawyers. So to them, pilots and showcasing is very much important. So for now, the legal committee of the ICC Banking Commission has taken a role in giving input on the legal side, but we've also given visibility to each other. So Yan Ying has come to Paris and presented the initiative, or has presented together with her colleague Luca Castigliani the initiative to ICC Austria's Trade Finance Week, and I'm sure to many other places all over the world. So it's going to take a lot of visibility, and the Banking Commission is ready to help with that. But also it takes other stakeholders, and we have a couple of other stakeholders also in the room. We will hear about the Digital Standard Initiative, which has been mentioned many times over now. But we also have FIATA in the room. I can see that, my good friend Andrea. And it takes a working together amongst the many stakeholders to produce those showcases and actually put the legal instrument into real life examples, so that the SMEs finally can see, as well as the banks, what it is all about. Any more questions? So then I would thank our panel very much. Oswald, I don't know, where are you currently?
In the UK, but I wish I was there because I know there's so many great people there, and I still want to meet Luca in person.
Well, I'm sure Luca is very ready to meet you. So thank you very much for joining us for this panel. And I would also like to thank my panelists, Gwen and Tomasz, for their most valuable participation.
Thank you very much for panel of session 2. And so I think they're trying to help us to rush, so we'll not be queuing it at lunch, because sometimes the cafeteria gets very crowded at 12:30 sharp. So the way to the cafeteria is if you go down to building C, the rotunda, and you will follow the crowd. Essentially, usually everyone is going the same direction. Once you reach rotunda, it's on your right side. And if you have a moment to stop at rotunda, you will also see that we have e-banners of the event that we managed as lawyers to put up, something that looks like it's being done professionally by graphic designers. So we will wish you an enjoyable break, and we'll be back here on time at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants. Hope you had an enjoyable lunch break, and also good day to those connected online. And thank you for coming back to the afternoon session. And we will continue with session 3, enhancing regional connectivity, the role of transport corridors and negotiable cargo documents in boosting trade. And we are very pleased to have the panelists with us and also others connecting online. It will be moderated by my dear colleague, Mr. Neil Bergman, who is a senior legal officer at the UNCITRAL Secretariat. Neil, thank you.
Thank you. Yan Ying, thank you very much. Colleagues, fellow panelists, representatives, participants, many thanks for joining us right after the lunch break to attend this session. My name is Neil Bergman, and I am a senior legal officer at the UNCITRAL Secretariat. I am stepping in to serve as moderator of this session on behalf of my colleague, Mr. Alexander Kunzelman, who unfortunately could not be here with us today. Our session is entitled Enhancing Regional Connectivity, the Role of Transport Corridors and Negotiable Cargo Documents in Boosting Trade. Transport corridors play a pivotal role in enhancing regional international trade. They can provide efficient, integrated networks that connect key economic hubs, ports, and inland areas, including landlocked countries or regions with limited infrastructure. This session will explore how negotiable cargo documents can streamline logistics and enhance the efficiency of trade along these corridors. It will consider how negotiable cargo documents can help unlock the full potential of transport corridors, supporting the growth of businesses across diverse sectors and advancing regional economic integration and development. I am joined by 4 distinguished panelists, 2 on stage with me and 2 joining us virtually. All have kindly agreed to share their expertise and insights on the role of transport corridors and negotiable cargo documents in boosting trade. And I would like to introduce each of them now. First, Mr. Adel Al-Gaberi, who is joining us virtually and is an Economic Affairs Officer with the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. He has more than 20 years of experience in private sector development, investment promotion and regulations, multilateral trade rules, trade diplomacy and WTO negotiations, as well as the design and implementation of development projects aimed at enhancing competitiveness and integration of developing countries in the global economy. Next to me is Mr. Fedor Kormelitsyn, who is an Economic Affairs Officer with the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. He works on matters related to transport and border crossing facilitation, including with respect to formulation and implementation of legal instruments. He also takes the lead in ESCAP's activities on development of multimodal transport operations, transport corridors, and dry ports, and serves as the secretary of the Working Group on Dry Ports, which is convened under the Intergovernmental Agreement on Dry Ports. Next is Mr. Alexander Plekhanov, who is the Director for Transition Impact and Global Economics at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. He edits the Transition Report, the Annual Economic Report of the EBRD, and the Regional Economic Prospects. His responsibilities also include trade policy and analysis of development impact of EBRD projects. And then I'd introduce Mr. Pierre Bontonneau, who is joining us virtually and is a Senior Trade Facilitation Advisor at the International Trade Center. He leads the trade facilitation team at ITC, and his expertise spans roles in logistics service providers, strategy consulting, and United Nations organizations. At the ITC, Mr. Bontonneau has supported over 40 countries in implementing WTO trade facilitation agreement obligations and manages a 30 million plus global project portfolio. Excuse me. His work focuses on customs reforms, including advanced rulings, authorized economic operator programs, risk management, time release studies, and the digitalization of border procedures. Having made those introductions, I would pose some questions to our panelists for discussion, and time permitting at the end, we'll have a brief period for Q&A. First, to the colleagues here in the room, as well as Mr. Algaberi, if he's been able to join us online. The question would be, could you share insights into how key transport corridors in your region have evolved over the past few years, and what specific impacts they have had on facilitating regional trade and economic integration? I would ask if one of the colleagues here in the room would like to go first, to take the floor. Mr. Kormalitin? Many thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. With your kind permission, I will share the ESCAP's priority on the priority directions of work, which we do for transport corridors, and highlight some recent trends in transport corridors development, which we see from our perspective. First of all, in terms of transport corridors, what we try to do, because there are numerous initiatives on transport corridor development in Asia and the Pacific, existing and some new initiatives. As the Regional Commission for Asia and the Pacific, in terms of transport, we oversee the implementation of 3 infrastructure agreements. That's the agreement on the Asian Highway Network, the agreement on the Trans-Asian Railway Network, and finally the agreement on Railport. These are 3 infrastructural agreements. 2 of them, as you may see from their names, foresee networks of infrastructure facilities, respectively, for road and rail. Dry ports, we cannot call it a network, however, so we also try to pursue some standardized approach to those facilities, which serve as intermodal links. In terms of transport corridor development, we encourage our member states to make those proposals based on these 2 existing networks, plus supplementary intermodal links on this land transport networks. That's the cornerstone of our approach. In terms of what we do for the corridors, of course, we don't invest into infrastructure, right? We're not an investment bank or development bank. Mostly we focus on lately on the studies related to transport corridor coordination and transport corridor management. What we try to pursue is first to develop certain types of standard approach to the initiatives which countries come up with in terms of new transport corridors or implementation of existing transport corridor initiatives. Also helping countries to identify key factors contributing to the success of a certain transport corridor project to make this transport corridors work. We also, upon request of the countries, is subject to resource availability, because potentially it's an endless amount of work and endless resources. We also support transport corridor cooperation, particularly some new initiatives. Just a couple of examples here. In the frame of economic corridor initiatives, between China, Mongolia, and the Russian Federation in last decade. So we facilitated the development of a road transport agreement for a road segment of a transport corridor. More lately, a couple of years ago, so we, ESCAP, facilitated the memorandum and other arrangements and coordinating arrangements on the privatization of a rail transport corridor connecting Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Another example is the initiative of Uzbekistan to establish a new multimodal transport corridor connecting Uzbekistan with Turkmenistan further to Iran and India further by sea. And so this is one of more examples of recent new initiatives. And what we can see in terms of new trends, there are a lot of interest in the last 3 or 4 years to new transport initiatives. A lot of initiatives from countries to establish new transport corridors. So I think maybe most countries are most active as compared to to 10 years ago, something like that. 2 factors here. I think the first one, during the COVID, more and more member states realized they need more diversity in terms of the flows of goods, because sometimes the traditional routes stop working, and COVID showcased that. And number 2, the geopolitical tensions, shall we say it this way, from 2022 also showcased that there is the need for more diversification of trade flows to cope with such types of challenges. So this is number 1. And this is number 1 is the demand for diversification of new routes. That's why so many new initiatives. Plus number 2, also active economic growth in the region also boosted interest to new routes. For example, traditionally, Central Asia was never ever efficiently connected to Southeast Asia by land. And now the countries of this sub-region, they work on the ways how to do so. Number 3, digitalization. Of course, everything is digital. Digitalization is everywhere, but there are a lot of efforts, a lot of ways to explore how to deploy and implement digital solutions to establish so-called digital corridors. And finally, exploration of ways how to make corridor infrastructure more resilient, first and foremost to natural disasters, and also more environmentally sustainable. So I think what's in the pipeline for us, we will be working probably and with the member states on the concept of sustainable land transport corridor or green transport corridor in the context of the Asia and the Pacific region. Coming to the role of NCDs in the context of what being mentioned is that in terms of management and smoother coordination of transport corridors, introduction of any kind of standardized documentation is an important asset. And if we imagine, for example, tomorrow the NCD convention is adopted, is being implemented, the NCD itself, and it is, we can believe that probably along some transport corridors, that could be the first examples of implementation. I mean, for those countries who would exceed the convention, maybe even pilot application along the corridors, because sometimes, for some new solutions, when countries are not fully ready to fully implement, normally they do pilots, and corridor approach is very reasonable one. So maybe this document could be applied along some transport corridors, including multimodal transport corridors in the region. Also, if the electronic version of the NCD is in place, that will be also an important contributor to the digitalization of transport corridors. That's why we do believe that this instrument, once it is formalized, is of high potential interest for our member states. And also that's why I think for the time being, possible pilot implementation, like in a test mode of this document could be also useful, because it could also build the capacities of the countries to showcase how such kind of document could work for the benefit of transport connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Komolitsin. Could I pass the microphone to Mr. Plekhanov? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here and share some of our thoughts on these issues, mostly from the economist perspective. And I will also show some maps, but in fact, I think fortunately for the overall picture, the inverse of maps that further showed with a lot of land borders and with no corridors. So if you combine the two, you can visualize the picture. But what I wanted to start with is a huge increase in trade policy uncertainty that we have seen over the last few months. I think people measure it in different ways. People disagree on the magnitude of that increase, but it is fairly unprecedented in recent history. I think three takeaways stand out here. One is that in these times of uncertainty, the demand for trade finance would rise, the supply would fall, the market would still clear at some price. But I think it was very important what was said in the earlier panel about trade finance, by the colleagues from the Asian Development Bank. The price is very important, in particular for smaller countries and smaller and medium-sized firms. It has to be the right price. And so this is where facilitating as much as possible the right instruments for use of trade finance in times like that becomes very important. The second observation is that a lot of this trade uncertainty is largely about everyone, but also specifically about US-China trade. That's what focuses people's attention. That trade is about 6% or so of global trade. It's very important. It's by far the most important segment, but it also leaves the other 94% on the table. The US is around 15%, 1/5 of global demand. More than a third of it is satisfied by China. So if you cross multiply the two, you arrive at something around 6 percentage points. But it's also natural that the industry develops around this segment first. But then it has to move on. The third is that a lot of the attention is on tariff barriers. And certainly for US-China trade, they're very important. Non-tariff barriers to container trade, they exist, but they are relatively low in comparison with the tariff rates that have been threatened, imposed, suspended, and so on. For a lot of smaller trades, including the wonderful examples that were earlier, some of them were about US-China, but some of them were about Romania, Turkmenistan. So those less developed routes, the non-tariff barriers are often much more important than the tariff barriers. And although the attention is historically has been on tariff barriers, that is something that is much more tractable. The non-tariff barriers there are all the more important. So these are a couple of maps from our research about how Eurasia looks like in terms of land shipment. So if you look at shipments from Europe and European Union and EU are here in green color, to sort of West Asia, Central Asia, the Caucasus, South Asia, there is actually not very much alternative to going by land, and I will show some charts shortly. And then if you look at it in reverse, shipment from China, then the same is true. And then over time, the geopolitics of these shipments has actually become ever more complicated. And that's where the demand for new transport corridors comes in. So on this map, the Eurasian Economic Union, Russia and Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, Armenia, Belarus, they're highlighted in various shades of blue, and transshipment has become more complicated for compliance reasons and logistical reasons. You also have here Ukraine and Iran in shades of gray. And then if you look at the yellow sort of middle belt, there is also a complication there that the Turkey Armenia border, the land border, has been effectively closed for a long time, and it's difficult to foresee its reopening. So that leaves complicated corridors and ever-changing corridors. And nonetheless, if you look statistically, this is what happens. So if you look at shipments, this is the percentage of shipment that goes by road and rail. And if you look in general at the outbound trade from the EU, that has increased a little bit with COVID. COVID was a little bit of a nudge to ship more by road and rail because some of the air shipment, etc., just collapsed. But nonetheless, it's something like 20-25%. If you look at European shipments to Central Asia and the Caucasus, that's of an order of 70-75%, despite geopolitical complications related to Iran negotiations and related to Russia sanctions. If anything, in recent years, that has gone up by several percentage points. So the logistical alternatives actually are very low. On the other hand, if you look at the global trade, that actually mostly goes by sea and mostly through major hubs. So it gets transshipped through Dubai, Panama, Singapore, and the like. Very little actually point-to-point trade. 80% of it goes from point A to a logistical hub and then from a logistical hub to point B. So on the scale of the world trade, this kind of Eurasian corridors still a minority segment, but it's a very important minority segment, and it's a minority segment where there is little alternative just empirically to shipment by rail or road, no matter how complicated the shipment by rail or road becomes. And I think I will leave my introductory remarks here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pliknov, for those insights. And again, to Mr. Kormalitzin for the responses to those questions, to that question. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, I understand that Mr. Al-Gabari is unable to join. So I would turn next to Mr. Bontonneau, who I believe is available and online virtually. Mr. Bontonneau, if you can hear me, how could the use of negotiable cargo documents in paper and electronic forms contribute to streamlining logistics and improving the efficiency of trade along key transport corridors? We'd be grateful for your insights, and we see you on the screen.
Good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation and for this initiative. First of all, let me introduce extremely briefly who is ITC. So ITC stands for International Trade Center. We are a joint agency of the United Nations on one side and the World Trade Organization on the other side. And within these two organizations, the ITC has a unique mandate within the UN system to support small businesses' growth through international trade. So of course, in this context, we definitely welcome the initiative from UNCITRAL to introduce this new NCD convention, as it will bring some more trade finance opportunity for many businesses. Now, within ITC, I'm responsible for a department in charge of what we call trade facilitation. So for those of you that don't know what trade facilitation is about reducing the time and cost of cross-border transaction. And we do this by simplifying, standardizing, digitalizing, and automating cross-border formalities. Now, as part of our work these days, we are working in Central Asia on a very specific corridor, which has been alluded to, I think, by my predecessor. And this corridor is known as the Trans-Caspian Corridor. This is pretty much the old Silk Road that connects Asia to Europe through Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, crosses the Caspian Sea, and then moves on to either Azerbaijan or Georgia and onward to the European Union. Now, when we talk about transport corridors, what we immediately think of are ports, roads, railway, inland container depots. Potentially you can see trucks and railway cars. But as a trade facilitation professional, I see a different thing when I hear about transport corridors. What I see is a very, very, very complex paper trail, a maze of bureaucratic requirement that the businesses have to fulfill in order to export and make sure that their goods can transit through multiple borders, multiple checkpoints. Now, to illustrate this point, I would like to refer to some work that ITC has been doing in the past years, where we mapped out all the administrative steps that were required from the businesses to be able to comply with import, export, or transit regulation. So today, if you are a Kyrgyz exporter, so Kyrgyzstan is just near China in Central Asia. If you are a Kyrgyz exporter and you want to operate along this corridor that connects to the European Union, first of all, just to export your goods, you will have to submit 50 unique different documents to different border regulatory agencies, 50 documents that needs to be completed, usually in paper format, submitted to the customs and other border regulatory agencies. Once you're done with your 50 documents, you need to submit another 30 documents in Uzbekistan in order to be able to do the transit part of Uzbekistan. Once you're done with your 30 Uzbek documents, you need to submit another 30 documents to be able to transit through Turkmenistan. By that time, you have submitted, completed, processed over 110 documents, and you're only halfway in your journey from Asia to Europe. In addition to this administrative complexity, the reality of corridors, or at least of this corridor, is that you've got multiple controls and inspections along the way. Trucks are being weighted multiple times by different agencies. They are scanned before they are exported. They are scanned a few meters further when they are imported in the next country or the country of transit. So what does that mean? In the case of the Trans-Caspian Corridor, it means it takes a very, 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 very long time to connect Asia to Europe by road. From reports of some freight forwarders we've been working with, it took up to 100 days to be able to connect Asia to Europe by land through this middle corridor, or Trans-Caspian Corridor, 100 days. And this is where I believe one of the benefits of the NCD comes in. If you are a small business in Central Asia, you can hardly afford the working capital requirements that are linked to such delays in transportation. Noting also that in addition to this delay in transportation, usual contractual arrangement foresee a 30 days payment after the receiving of the good. So one of the key assets of the NCD, and I'm sure this is what you discussed a lot this morning, is that now with this new instrument, when it will be entered into force and operationalized, it will allow these small businesses to sell the goods en route and not to have to wait 130 days to get their payment for the goods that they have just shipped. Or alternatively, the NCD will be, potentially can be used as a collateral for the banking institution in the departure country to provide some short-term funding against the working capital requirement of the businesses. So that's the first big advantage we see in the corridor as a mitigation factor, a mitigation solution to the time it takes to navigate the complexity of administrative requirements, multiple checkpoints, controls, and inspection. The second benefit of the NCD is more related to the electronic version of the NCD. So over the past 10 years, we've seen a lot of investment by the governments of Central Asia along this Trans-Caspian corridor. We've seen a lot of investment towards the digitalization of business to government formalities. Countries have digitalized their certificate of origin, they have digitalized the customs declaration process, they have digitalized the quality certificates, they have started to work on the cross-border recognition of electronic document to try to transition progressively from a paper-heavy environment to a paperless trade environment. Now, I believe the NCD is a key piece of the puzzle to shift from this paper-based corridor to, as my colleague mentioned earlier, more digital corridors, where all the information is based on data being exchanged across the different stakeholders in the region. Now, what are the benefits of doing this? The first time, of course, is by digitalizing the transport document, you will automatically lower the transaction cost for traders and transporters, and especially for SMEs. Right now, a lot of the contractual arrangement between traders and transporters are still done manually. Couriers are sent back and forth to be able to have a valid contract. The second strong benefit will be to reduce the administrative bottlenecks by replacing what is today physical paperwork, where traders or freight forwarders have to submit piles of documents to the customs, to replace this by automated, instant, and transmission of digital information from the traders, the freight forwarders, to the different border regulatory agencies at the different node of the clearance process along the corridor. I would also need to add that the ENCD will also minimize the risk for document fraud and thus increase trust and speeding up the customs clearance and cargo release process. We've seen this happen with the electronic certificate of origin. Before the certificate of origin were digitalized, a lot of issues arise at the customs because of questions on the veracity or authenticity of the document. As soon as the certificate of origin has been digitalized and it has been possible to verify its authenticity through digital means, we've seen the level of controls and inspection related to the authenticity of origin document decrease significantly, thus speeding up the process. So we can also expect a similar trend once the ENCD will be implemented. Finally, I think the NCD, and this also has been mentioned by one of my colleagues before, the NCD is likely to bring a level of standardization into the electronic cargo documents. And through this standardization, we can hope that we promote more interoperability between the different systems of the government and the private sector. And this will be notably the case, we hope, for multimodal transport corridors, where the change in mode of transport usually translate into many alternative forms, templates to be completed by the business community. Now, my final point, my conclusion is that on this corridor specifically, we've seen a lot of efforts from the government in trying to digitalize the business to government formalities and also to digitalize the government to government electronic exchange of data. However, we have not seen such a strong pickup from the business community to play their part in the digitalization of the corridor. For example, most of the countries in Central Asia are signatory to the Electronic CMR Convention. But as of today, I don't think one country has ever issued one CMR, except only in some pilot project. So we need now the private sector also to step up, to seize the opportunity offered by this document, and to be a key contributor to the digitalization of transport corridor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montano, for those insights, in particular the benefits with respect to the introduction of ENCD documents. It's very helpful. I'd like to turn now to ask another question to all panelists in the order that they prefer. In what ways could negotiable cargo documents help unlock the full potential of transport corridors to support business growth across diverse sectors and advance regional economic integration? And what challenges must be addressed to realize these benefits? Be interested to hear your insights on that question. Perhaps first to Mr. Plekhanov.
Thank you. I think it just really comes to summarizing excellent points that have already been made. I think we have seen the importance of these instruments, in particular for land corridors and for smaller businesses and for smaller economies. And all of it was put together with excellent sets of numbers that illustrate them very powerfully. I think here one needs to move in stages and start with instruments and standardization. And indeed, it may be an additional challenge to increase uptake for smaller economies, but that will possibly come. They face a lot more challenges as well. One of the interesting pilot projects for EBRD, for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, was trying to arrange to develop a shipment of apples from Central Asia to Mongolia. And that sounds very straightforward, but in fact there are a lot of good apples rotting in Central Asia, and an average apple, I think, on the shelf in an average apple consumed in the world is actually 14 months old in the form that it gets consumed. And so in addressing this challenge, one is indeed going through the paperwork and the effort for small producers to make this shipment from one relatively small market to relatively small market by land. Another is to also figure out, to make it economical, what to ship back. Because we take it for granted, but the maritime trade actually is very well adept to containers being filled in all directions because they go through major hubs. Once you move something by road through a land corridor, you actually have to figure out what you move back from Mongolia to Kazakhstan or to Kyrgyz Republic to make it economical. So I think we have to have realistic expectations that possibly it's the China Kazakhstan trade may benefit from this first, and then Kyrgyz-Mongolia trade, but that will come in stages.
Many thanks, Mr. Plekhanov. Mr. Kormelitsin.
Thank you very much. In fact, in my first part, I think I partly covered some of our ideas on how the new NCD can unveil the potential transport corridors, but let me add a little bit. Number one, so in terms of contribution to digitalization, in terms of contribution to standardization and streamlining of documentation, so that's I would like to reconfirm, and that also Mr. Bantona also echoed that, thinking his interventions. However, what I would also like to note in terms of challenges to implementation of any new solution is the willingness of member states to change things, and member states and their respective authorities, right? Because in many aspects, transport operation in terms of workflow can be very conservative, right? Because the authorities, they have their interests. They don't want to change anything, and they're fine with that. Let me give you one example, a little bit away from the theme. I remember 10 years ago, we've been promoting, in our region, to reduce the number of transport operations with transloading on the border. Because it's very typical. No international road trips, just border to border, then transloading to a national vehicle. Do you think a lot of has changed? No. Many people, many authorities are very happy with what is happening. And they don't want to change anything. I'm not criticizing, it's just life. Maybe it's better, I don't know. Maybe that's the way it works better than cross to transboundary operations. Here, the same, right? So we can have the solution, but authorities in the countries may be reluctant to implement. And actually, what, for example, also Mr. Bantona was mentioning, that's the difference between, the festivities on open new transport corridor and what is happening in reality, like dozens of documents needed to do transport along the corridor. While the sense of transport corridor is not only, to open some infrastructure, to open some facilities, but to make operation efficient. That's why we still believe that despite all those things, and somewhat potential reluctance to introduce. We should, once the convention is adopted, massive capacity building work should be done to convince the countries that this is a good solution that can contribute to transport corridor development. And given that, for example, if a certain country A signs SO and ratifies this convention, however, has some difficulties or is cautious, to implement this, for example, this documentation nationwide. Corridor pilot projects can be a good solution at the first stage, at least. So, because countries may be easier, for example, to accept implementation of some solution on a particular corridor only. So shall we say, so like a test period. So that's why in terms of once the legal instrument is formalized, that would probably be the best strategy to promote the application of the new NCD on the transport corridors and convince the member states and authorities to test this and how efficient it is. And that's how we would suggest the capacity building and promotion work should be organized in the region of Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Komolitsin, in particular for highlighting some of those challenges ahead of us. Mr. Bontonneau?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'll be brief because I don't want to repeat too much what colleagues have said. The first challenge I see will be, of course, I'm not a legal person, so sorry if the terms are not the right one, but will be the domestication of this convention at the national level. We know indeed that it takes a very long time to sensitize governments and to convince them to ratify such agreement. For example, I was involved a lot in the ratification of the trade facilitation agreement back in 2014, 15, 16. And despite this being the first agreement, multilateral agreement of the WTO, it still took years and years of convincing for countries to all agree to ratify this agreement and become parties to the obligation that were allowed within. So I think, speaking of the Central Asia region, there is a very strong sensitization effort that has to be done towards the government so that they understand indeed what will be the benefit for them, for their business community, and how this fits into their overall strategic plan. The second element is a bit the same, but from the private sector perspective. One element that I'm a bit concerned about is that in some region and in Central Asia, for example, the transport sector is actually very fragmented and you have a lot of small players. If the NCD has to be introduced, there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that the trading community knows about it, but also to make sure that the transport community knows about it. And this is easier said than done. How do we reach out to the hundreds and hundreds of potential transporters and the thousands of traders so that they understand how this new instrument will be of use to them? And I think this will have to be a collective effort of international organization, business association, sectorial association to take their, a big speaker and go talk, explain about this convention. I would also subscribe to the challenge of resistance to change. Many of these processes that are linked to transport are paper-based, and there is a lot of reluctance of many countries to change their practices. Ministry of Trade, for example, we've tried for a long time to digitalize road permits in Central Asia, but we have found it very difficult to get an opening from the government side to start considering moving what is today a paper-based approach to a digital one. So working on the resistance to change, again, through sensitization and awareness raising will be absolutely critical. Finally, if we look at the ENCD, the electronic version of the NCD, as I said earlier, there's a lot of initiative happening in the countries along the corridor to digitalize formalities. What has happened in many cases when we look at this initiative is that there have been rather a piecemeal approach or a fragmented approach rather than a conscious strategy to digitalize the paperless trade environment. So what is the result? The result is that we have many different systems, one for the customs, one for the Ministry of Health, one for the Ministry of Trade, one for the Chamber of Commerce, and none of these systems actually talk together, which means the effort towards digitalization have come short of expectation because there is not such a level of interoperability between the system that allows the digitalized document or the data, to be more specific, the data to be channeled between stakeholders within a country, but even more so to be shared across borders. And here we need to make sure that the introduction of the electronic NCD doesn't fall into the same trap. So making sure that all the standards that already pre-exist, like the WCO data model, that the standards that are developed by UNCIFACT are taken into account as we move toward the digitalization of the NCD, because otherwise it's going to end up as another digital document that cannot really interact and speak to the other systems and solutions that have been implemented over the years by customs, Ministry of Transport, Chambers of Commerce, and other agencies that are involved in the border operation. Finally, and maybe this is the wrap up, I mentioned that this sensitization has to be done both on private sector side and on the public sector side. But probably what is important is that we manage to bring those two parties together at the national level through public-private dialogue to make sure that that each of them understand the constraints and the need of the other party, and that the way towards the implementation of the NCD convention at the domestic level is really the result of a consensus of all parties rather than a top-down initiative brought by the government or a spontaneous effort from the business community that might not properly fit into the overall architecture of what border management is about. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bontonneau. It looks like we have about 5-10 minutes left for questions for our panelists. If anyone would like to take the floor, please.
Yes, thank you. Javier Franco from Colombia. I would like to ask all the panel about the concept of logistic corridor itself. I don't know if you have considered in this ambit not only the transportation or transport corridor, but the logistic corridor itself. For instance, I don't want to go much into detail as to what we have at the local level, but in our legislation, we have this concept of logistic corridor. And the question is whether, like, obviously you can have some other services, not only transportation. And if you have a look at the concept we have, the whole idea is to have the system of integrating both the infrastructure and the use of said infrastructure with other services, not only transportation. So have you considered this concept for the purpose of this, or what do you think about this? Can you elaborate a little bit? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Kormelitsen.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. In fact, in the transport in the corridor doctrine, there is a classification of different types of corridors depending on the depth of integration and interaction between different types of actors. And transport corridor is not the most complicated, maybe, and it's a simpler version, because they can be also a transport logistics corridor, the economic corridor. So yes, so basically that depends on the type of corridor to be established, depends on the arrangements which countries want to reach. Because, for example, I mentioned in one of my slides and mentioned this. So we worked on facilitating certain countries several years ago, about 10 years ago, on establishing the component of an economic transport corridor. There is a broad project between China, Mongolia, and Russian Federation to establish an economic corridor, which includes transport and other non-transport things, cooperation, logistics, of course, also. However, again, in what we believe, again, the most important thing is even not the way of arrangements which countries declare they want to achieve, but the arrangement they really do achieve, they really can implement, right? Because for some projects, there can be intentions to have a lot of cooperation in interconnected fields, and if they do some part, it's better than they declare a lot and then finally it remains on the paper. However, in nature, back to the core of your question, of course, the corridor is to facilitate transportation of goods, and in our opinion, if the actors can cooperate and make the corridor more complicated than just transport, for example, the logistics corridor, and they really can and want to implement this, of course, this is an upgrade. Yeah, thank you.
It's a great question. Just to add a couple of words. So I think there are various dimensions to these logistics corridors and broader concepts. One is indeed the development of basically logistics and business support services, and it's very much the industry that gets developed around critical mass and a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. Certainly this industry is very large in places like Singapore or Dubai or the like. It will be smaller in smaller places, and this is what Pierre raised. How do you, if this industry doesn't get developed and doesn't take care of the uptake of the new instruments and conventions, how do you achieve this capacity building in the private sector? We have been working on this for a long time. I think there are two general routes, and it's a very important area of business. One is to go via trade finance providers, because ultimately it's a finite number of major providers in every economy, and historically ourselves, Asian Development Bank, International Finance Corporation, we would work on technical assistance projects of capacity building with the trade finance specialists that then can pass it on to clients. It's a longer chain, but it generally works. The other is to work directly with major but medium-sized exporters in these economies, and we have had these products of the programs of business advice, mostly of them. They're quite expensive and rely on substantial donor funding that cannot be taken for granted. But everywhere from Central Asia to the Western Balkans, in smaller economies, we have very strongly targeted it towards exporters, in particular working on developing business plans, but also developing the nitty-gritty details of going into the new export markets, and we have numbers showing the success of these programs. The other side of it, which was also raised, is capacity building in government, and I think here I entirely agree, piloting is very important, and if one developing certain pockets, and if one has an option also to establish a small special unit somewhere in the government that may be tasked with overseeing a pilot like that, that may be an additional bonus, but that too may rely on donor funding and international financing in reality. Finally, there is another element to these more general logistics corridors. These are essentially special economic zones that have become rather popular worldwide. We have just published a report where a chapter looks at special economic zones and what they have achieved. In the region where we work, as of early 1990s, there were fewer than 100, and now there are probably almost 1,500 of those special economic zones. A lot of them get linked to transport corridors. A lot of them would be actually around export-re-export business. Suez Canal has a large one, Panama Canal, etc. Just to give a few examples. The average success of those special economic zones is rather average if you look at their history. There are some very successful ones. There are some very unsuccessful ones. It's actually not very easy to show average results. But the strongest predictor of success actually for these special economic zones, in just data crunching terms, remains the distance to a major port. So somehow the maritime logistics with respect to those special economic zones remains very important. But as land corridors get developed, get to operate more smoothly, it's also possible to imagine that what has been achieved with respect to these special economic zones next to major maritime hubs could be achieved also next to major land hubs.
Thank you, Mr. Franco, for the question, and to the panelists for the response. If the panelists will allow, we're close to the end of time here, and in particular, if Yan Ying will allow, I'd like to ask the online participant who's had their hand up. I'm sorry, I can't see your name very well. If you wouldn't mind identifying yourself and asking your question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Lucy. I'm a Chinese lawyer, and my question is a rather technical question, maybe a rather basic question that is about the way of transfer the ownership of goods. We know that there are two ways to transfer the ownership of goods. One is to instruct the physical possessor of the goods, that is to instruct the transport operator. And then the other way is to negotiate the documents. To the first manner, the timing of transfer is at the time of the notice reach the operator, and the latter time is the negotiable document has been endorsed and delivered to the holder. So how can we see, comparing these two kind of ways, how can we see the latter, that is by the documents transfer, is more efficient? This is my first question. Yes. May I explain my question elaborately? Actually, recently I met a port, and they said they never issue warehouse receipt because they can transfer the ownership of goods by instructing the warehouse not to issue any warehouse receipt. I think the case is very similar in our today's discussion. So I want to comparing these two kind of ways, which is more efficient by instruct to transfer the ownership of goods directly or by negotiate a document of title.
Thank you very much for your question. I think it's, unless there's a panelist who wishes to intervene, I think it's a bit technical. I would probably recognize my colleague, Yan Ying, from the Secretariat. Yan Ying, would you take the floor?
Thank you very much. Conscious of the time of our coffee break. And just very briefly, I think one of the difference between the warehouse receipts and the negotiable cargo documents is that negotiable cargo documents are documents representing the goods in transit. So you would not know where exactly the goods are, but vis-a-vis a warehouse operator, you would know the goods are stored. So it's a bit more, I think the conceptual-wise it's difficult to compare those. And while I have the floor, I wanted to make a quick clarification in response to the challenges Perry mentioned in relation to ratification of the treaty in the future, because this is a question where in the events I went, there is quite many government potentially interested were asking the same question. Essentially, although the NCD is a convention, but it is a convention for international trade law. So unlike some of the other international conventions, treaties like WTOs, it does not impose any direct obligations on states. This is the key thing. So for anyone connected online, government, there's no obligation on states. So what it does is really provide a legal framework for the transport operator to issue negotiable cargo documents at the request of the shippers. So essentially, it is only a legal framework for businesses, participants to do it, and there is absolutely nothing really mentions states. There is no need for states to monitor, no need for states to respond. The only thing that states needs to do is to tell the businesses, yes, the opportunity that we will allow you to do so. So that is meant by ratification in this context, but not as I see, I think some of the WTO's agreements, which has direct obligation on the governments as such. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ms. Lee. And I'd like to wrap up just to conclude quickly since we've gone over. I'd like to express our gratitude to our panelists, each and every one who joined both here in person and virtually. And we will proceed now to a brief coffee break before reconvening at 3:15, I believe. So thank you so much for joining, and thanks again to the panelists.
Good afternoon. Let's proceed to session 4. And before we start with session 4, there are many of you asking for the PPT slides. All the speakers so far have agreed to share the PDF version of their PowerPoint slides, which we will be also uploading them on the event webpage. And the session is also being recorded, and we will also try to break them down per sessions and make it available on the event webpage in due course for those who could not join us today. For session 4, transforming supply chains, the impact of negotiable cargo documents on multimodal transport. And we're very glad to have Fedor, Mr. Komilitsyn from ESCAP with us to moderate this panel. Please.
Thank you very much, Yang Ying. So before we go to the speakers, so I would like to take this opportunity to inform the meeting a little bit about the work on strengthening the legal frameworks of multimodal transport in the region where I work in Asia and the Pacific, and explain actually why I'm here and what's the purpose of our involvement into this work. So I made a lot of slides, but I will just focus on 2 or 3 of them, but they are self-explanatory. Those of you who will be interested to dive into, you will can see after the meeting. So I will be very, very brief. So in fact, we have a mandate from our member states to develop more favorable conditions for multimodal transportation in the region, including strengthening legal frameworks for multimodal transport, and so that's in our current working program. A few years ago, we've conducted a project which reviewed the state of the matter with the multimodal transportation legal framework, and also we discussed the possible options for the solution. So basically, in a nutshell, what you can see here, so like probably all other regions, there are international conventions, none of which are in force, right? There are certain sub-regional agreements, some standard recommendations related to multimodal transportation, and there are national laws. So here are, for example, so let's keep it with your permission. So to the essence of the project. So we had several expert meetings in the region, and the experts from member states participating, I mean the ESCAP member states, identified several possible options how to move forward. Number 1, development of a new legal instrument on multimodal transport. Second, development and dissemination of guidelines that could help in harmonizing of certain related processes within the national legal system. In other words, guidelines on harmonization of national laws. Number 3, dissemination of existing standardized recommendations on contractual rules, or also elaboration of flexible contractual basis for multimodal transport. That was the which options to follow. And the other survey, another point of discussion was if we, for example, go for a legally binding instrument, what could be the most problematic issue that should be addressed? So you can see on the left graphs, so there were 5 positions which were offered, and most votes went to lack of a mutually recognized multimodal transport document in the region, and other options you can also see here. So, and on the right column, so again, so there was a sort of vote on which approach to take. So what was probably what all experts agree upon, based on the experience available, that it will be extremely difficult to develop a legal instrument of a comprehensive matter, because at the regional level, because there are examples. There is a wonderfully drafted UN Convention on Multimodal Transport. Nothing wrong with the drafting, but there are obviously conflicts of interest, not in force. Rotterdam rules. Top experts were working on this Maritime Plus international instrument. Formally formalized, not in force, due to too few countries who were able to join. So that's why, at first sight, for our purposes, we developed under the project, which is now already closed, the guidelines on harmonization of national laws, for the potential legal instrument, what was agreed that if countries go for a potential legal instrument, there are 2 realistic approaches. Number 1, make it very, very framework, and then with the unclear future of the need to develop numerous technical annexes, right, which may never happen. But to tick the box, the framework agreement is here. Or create a more simple legal instrument, not a comprehensive one, but focusing on maybe 1 or 2 or 3 issues, because there are numerous issues. It's an endless thing, you know, for multimodal transport, especially the liability. That's where probably the success story ends, the liability. So, and that's why we do believe, so we participated as an observer in the development of this draft convention. That's the approach which can lead us to some practical result. This is a simple convention focused on a particular issue, mutual recognition and description of a multimodal transport document. That's why we believe so instead of in terms of our regional mandate of going for work from scratch, so it would be, we believe that the countries of the Asia Pacific would benefit from this instrument once it is finalized. So once it is, once it enters into force, or at least even before its entry into force, because it may take some time, pilot application of documents based on the approaches provided by this convention can be very, very instrumental for the countries. So that's in a nutshell probably what the message which would be good to convey to this meeting. And so, but that's the opinion of a representative of yet another UN entity, right? However, it may not be. It is just you know, one angle. So, but we would like also to hear what people representing different types of organizations think about this. And today we have representatives of transport industry and their associations and other UN agencies. So that's why here we would like to hear from them. And let me, with that, introduce our esteemed panelists who will contribute today. In the order of starting their interventions. On my right, I have Ms. Andrea Tang, Legal Service Director from the International Federation of Freight Forwarders Association. On my right, I have Mr. James Hookham, who represents the Global Shipping Forum. Virtually, we also have with us Ms. Alison Wixley, who is the Senior Claims Executive of the True Transport Mutual Services Limited, or the TT Club. And finally, we have Ms. Regina Asariotis, Acting Head of the Trade Logistics Branch and Chief of Policy and Logistics, Policy and Legislation Section of the Division of Technology and Logistics of the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development. So that's another advocate of the UN approach. Okay, thank you very much. So before starting asking questions to the panelists, so two of them asked, that's Ms. Tang and Mr. Hookham, asked me to give the opportunity for a more free conversation among them to talk about the methods related to potential impact of the NCDs. So I am happy to give you the floor now. So maybe we can move to that slide, which is because we have one slide for that one. Please.
Thank you, Fedor, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is James Hookham. It's a pleasure and privilege to be speaking with you today. I am from the Global Shippers Forum, which is an international trade organization representing the interests of cargo owners in international trade. I'm joined by my colleague, Andrea Tang, who's already been introduced, but Andrea, perhaps explain your role.
Yes, thank you, James. So I'm Andrea Tang. I represent the International Federation of Freight Forwarders Associations. We represent about 40,000 freight forwarders around the world in over 150 different territories.
So what we want to do in the next few minutes is just give you an example of the way that the commercial opportunities and indeed the commercial challenges that are arising, particularly at the moment, but in general, in an age of uncertainty and disruption in international trade, could be usefully addressed, and in some cases solved, by the negotiable cargo document. So we have a little scenario here that we want to present to you. So as I think you can understand from the slide, I am representing the owner of the goods. I have a requirement to move them into a particular country, as you'll hear. But for reasons that I'll explain, there may be a need to sell them on at some point. So I will be conversing with my forwarder, represented by Andrea. She will be looking after the arrangements for me as my contractual carrier. She will be issuing the documents that are involved and making the actual arrangements with the physical carriers, who are not represented directly, but are clearly an important part of the overall equation. So let's see how I get on in trying to solve my problem. So hello, Andrea. It's James, your favorite shipper in the United States. I have a problem that I hope you can help me with.
Great to hear from you, James. My favorite shipper client indeed.
My company has bought several container loads of goods from a producer in Mexico that I now need to move into the United States. Now, normally that would be by truck and railroad and wouldn't be too much of a problem. But we are worried that possible increases in US tariffs could make the goods too expensive to sell in the US market. So we have negotiated a possible sale to another buyer. Are you ready for this? Based in Azerbaijan. If we decide to sell the goods while they are in transit from Mexico, the containers would need to be diverted to a port where they could be loaded onto a ship into Europe. Now, you have always been able to find a way around all our other logistics problems, Andrea, so I'm really hoping you could help us with this one. What can you suggest?
Thank you so much, James. And by the way, I'm so glad that you came to us with this problem. Actually, you're not the first client that's had this issue with all of what's going on around the world these days. And I can totally understand it's a very challenging time. So I understand from your problem that this will then involve not only a sale in transit, but also multimodal transport and transport across different modes, right? So as your freight forwarder, what I would suggest is that we can issue a negotiable cargo document. We have one, a great product off the shelf, a great solution with the Fiat Multimodal Transport Bill of Lading. And actually, we can also consider doing this fully digitally, which I'll talk to you about in a minute. So this will make us your contractual carrier. So although we do not own the cargo, we will basically have this Fiat Multimodal Bill of Lading, the FBL, with you, and then we'll then make all the necessary transport arrangements for you on your behalf across the different modes of transport. But you will only need to deal with us. So no matter where we go, you only need to talk to us about it. So first of all, because I know you're not sure yet whether your goods are going to be transported to the US or not, I would suggest that we, if they do go to the US, we do it under bond and send it to a bonded warehouse. So this would mean that the goods are then not imported, so to speak, and are not in circulation. So you won't have to pay duties and taxes. And then if you do decide to sell the goods before they reach the US border, then you can tell us and we'll be able to make necessary arrangements. So in terms of using the FBL, so am I right in saying that you're fine to do it electronically?
Oh, well, yes, if you can do it electronically, that's going to please my Chief Technology Officer, Noen. So that's a really good innovation.
Great. So I think this would be really the best. First of all, the FBL generally is a multimodal transport document. It provides a lot more flexibility. So that means that even if we do have to divert the goods elsewhere, we can do so very easily. And you would have just one document from your perspective that would cover the whole multimodal transport. So it's also a negotiable document. So it means that you can draw up the bank financing. It's compatible with the UCP 600. So there shouldn't be any issues on that front. And in terms of the electronic side of things, so actually, I think there's a great advantage in doing this electronically, by the way, because you won't need to wait for originals to be returned. You can exchange easily, even if you do need to change to do the sale to the buyer in Azerbaijan. And also from our side, we're working with a number of different software providers who all have integrated the EFBL, and the EFBL is interoperable with different parts of the supply chain. So we can really do this fully electronically. And I think that would be much easier also in terms of speed, because you'll have different modes of transport. And I understand that you do want to do this in an efficient manner.
Well, that sounds a really elegant way of addressing the logistics problem, Andrea. So whilst my Chief Finance Officer was really pleased that we had a sale in the event of tariffs going up, he's now very worried about the possibility of us actually getting paid by our new seller in Baku, in Azerbaijan. So what I'm now needing to convince him that even though they're a small business, there is a way that this arrangement you're talking about can actually give them basis for getting the finance that they need to pay us, and I can go to my CFO and give him the assurance he's looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. So this negotiable cargo document that we're going to be using through the EFBL will give title to the goods in the goods to the holder. So if your new buyer does default for whatever reason, the bank can still pay you and will take the ownership of the goods as collateral, irrespective of what modes of transport were used. So actually, this is something that's quite important because it's not always the case in multimodal transport that you do have this level of certainty. But with this document, you would be able to do so. And in fact, many banks are now insisting that negotiable cargo documents are used to be able to give them this extra level of financial security. And by the way, speaking of security, so just since we're using this electronic NCD, I think it's really a great assurance for your CFO because the digital environment provides a much higher level of security. So it's using blockchain technology, and all the data will be stored in an immutable record. So it means that it can't be tampered with, which eliminates then some of the issues related to risks of fraud. And so you would also have easy verification of the document through a unique QR code. So you can easily check that the document is a true document. And we really ensure that with this document, your information is really intact, and that you can have this audit trail that can really follow the goods actually, depending on the journey. And I think for the bank's perspective, just having the interoperability and the ease of use using an API will also help. So I think basically, I think it's something that's very easy to use for all different parties and can provide you with a certain level of visibility and security.
Okay, but what happens if things go wrong and the goods end up either in the wrong place or being handed over to the wrong customer, or indeed get damaged in the course of transit through this rather complicated journey that you're going to need to arrange? Would the buyer be able to claim against the carrier delivering the container, or how would that happen?
So so at least with the FBL, the EFBL that we're using as the NCD, attached to within this document, we have the UNCTAD ICC rules for multimodal transport on the back of the document. So you'll be able to, I'll show this to you later on. You'll be able to take a look and see what you think. But basically, it actually gives you quite a bit of protection because in the event of a damage, the new buyer can then make a claim with us. So as we are issuing the EFBL, we also have had to take out sufficient insurance to be able to consider these eventualities. And so we'll ensure that we take it up with the carriers that we contracted with, and also work with our insurance provider, which is TT Club. So all that to say that I think you really don't have anything to worry about. And I think that this is something that we can very much help you with. By the way, this is all very possible now with the current FBL and EFBL, but it will actually be further enhanced with the upcoming NCD convention that has been created by the UNCITRAL, and that will actually provide an even greater and more harmonized legal framework to support this.
Well, that all sounds great, Andrea. Please go ahead, and thanks for your great service and support. Thank you.
Thank you both. I'm happy that you've settled all the details, and looks like they.
I haven't got the bill yet.
Okay, but something tells me the transportation will go through smoothly. Thank you so much. So with that, let me step in now. So, and I have questions. So maybe a little bit generalizing the above discussed. My question to Andrea, to James, and also to Alison, who joins us online. And the question is that, how do you think, from your perspective, as a respectively freight forwarder, shipper, or insurer, how do you anticipate that negotiable cargo documents will impact the operational efficiency, legal certainty, and risk management in multimodal transport? So I'm sorry to say that, but Andrea and James, since you already had the conversation, I will ask you to limit your answer to 3 minutes. And I'll give more time to Alison. Sorry for this little bit of discrimination, but we have limited time. Thank you. Andrea, please, maybe.
So I think, thank you very much for your question, Fiddle. So I think as the scenario showed, having this convention and using negotiable cargo documents really provides a great opportunity to be able to provide more agile multimodal options. Because as we can see from the different supply chains today, there is a lot of disruption, there's a lot more complexities, and there's a need to really ensure that you can navigate and potentially change your route, potentially change the buyer. And I think that this the convention really also reflects the important role that forwarders play in all of this, in organizing the transport. And I think that this is all very much necessary for having this, greater supply chain risk management and planning. And then, as mentioned at the end of our dialogue, the convention would really provide increased legal certainty in multimodal transport. And this we see as really helping to aid access to markets and trade finance. I mean, from our members' perspective, we've seen that there are a lot of SMEs around the world, a lot of the development of new corridors, and having the ability to have, something that can facilitate multimodal transport plus bank financing would be a really great boost for trade. So as you can see at the moment, we do have the possibility with our fiat bill of lading, but that's only done on a contractual basis. So having an actual convention that would support this on a legal basis for both the FBO and other multimodal transport documents would be a great help. And I think last but not least, so I'm trying to make this very short, last but not least, I think it would be a great driver for digitalization across all the modes of transport, because at the moment, even though we have, for example, the model law on electronic transferable records, this is not something that's been adopted by enough states yet to be, really something that we can see as a global harmonized digital framework. So it would be great to, and this convention also has its provisions based on the MLETR. So I think this would be a really great boost to facilitate that on a multimodal level.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andrea. And James?
Well, very briefly, because a lot of these points have already been made. As we try to demonstrate in the dialogue, shippers are facing unprecedented upheaval, I think is the best word, uncertainty. That puts them into outside their comfort zone. So they're having to manage and trade flows they're not used to. Hence, they're looking for advice, first of all, and about options. But also it means that they're taking on additional risks. So as you heard in the conversation, a mechanism that takes away some of the legal risk, takes away some of the financial risk, is not only very timely, given the age we live in, but also addresses the key business and commercial concerns that cargo owners need to address, partly within their own businesses, my chief financial officer, for example, but also to other clients, their own banks, their own shareholders, and so on. So this is playing out now in trade markets, and the ability to find new solutions and take away some of the risk in managing these changes is very much welcome and very much needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, James. So now we give the floor to Alison. Please, Alison.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alison Wexley. As mentioned, I work for the TT Club, which is a mutual liability insurer. It's not an association like my two colleagues. We are an individual insurer, but we do insure quite a large proportion of the marine liability and ship operators within the London market. To answer the question posed by our esteemed moderator, perhaps if you could just move on to my next slide. Risks under negotiable bills of lading are really nothing new to the marine liability market, and certainly not to the marine liability insurance market. Under the various maritime systems and maritime law, maritime carriers have been issuing bills of ladings for years and years, and many of the risks that you will find under the negotiable cargo document and the new convention are nothing new to what we've been dealing with. They can be things like fraudulent bills, cargo being misdelivered to the wrong, not to the holder of the negotiable cargo document, documentary errors on that bill, deviations from the set routing, loss or delay in presentation of the original bill, which is one of the most common ones that we tend to come across, and then things like jurisdictional interpretations and security. As mentioned by my colleagues, the fact that the negotiable cargo document has been drafted to be able to be electronic as well, probably, although you still have cybersecurity problems, still probably significantly reduces the risks around things like fraud, etc. as a result. If we can move on to the next slide, there are, however, a couple of, I've sort of titled this additional risks, but maybe a better way to explain it would be nuances on the already existing risks that just have to be considered by a multimodal transport operator who may be issuing an NCD. Obviously, once a document is negotiable, there is an obligation that's now placed on the multimodal transport operator to seek instructions from the holder and to release the goods to the holder as opposed to the named consignee. This may not sound particularly different from what already happens under maritime bills of lading, and it's not in theory. In practice, because it's a multimodal transport, there are obviously going to be many other, as Andrea mentioned, physical carriers, which will be in the train, and they may or may not be less aware and educated about the difference between a consignee and a holder. And so it is certainly something that as a freight forwarder issuing these documents, you would just need to be able to educate your carriers that you were instructing so that they understand what the document is that they are transporting the goods under. The other issue that has been raised is the issue of liability. As mentioned, the NCD convention is not a mandatory convention, and as such, the liability regimes are not mentioned. It does not currently interfere with any of the existing liability regimes under existing transport conventions. There may be a possibility that there is a gap that comes up where there isn't a mandatory liability regime, or it's not clear which one applies, that may lead to a little bit of uncertainty as to how that liability will be governed. And there is also a question as to whether, if there are a couple of new obligations that are created under the document, for example, the obligation to seek instructions from the holder, what would govern liability under that term. So if we can just move on to the next slide. I think what's important to note is that none of these are insurmountable or even, I think, particularly worrying concerns when we look at an NCD. These already, as I've mentioned, maritime carriers insure their liability for all these sort of risks under bills of lading, generally under P&I policies. Most freight forwarders or multimodal transport operators will have an errors and omissions cover. These can be slightly different to P&I covers in that they're usually triggered by the negligence of the freight forwarder, as opposed to a P&I policy, which under bill of lading will be triggered automatically by the delivery, for example, of the cargo to the incorrect recipient. As mentioned, this is definitely not insurmountable, and there are very minor amendments to insurance policy wordings which could be put in place, which could accommodate this new activity. As we have discussions like these, creating awareness around the NCDs, I think the important thing to note probably is my last point there, that multimodal transport operators who want to start using NCDs once the convention is in place should engage early on with their insurers. They need to just ensure that their policy wording is fit for purpose for this new activity that they're going to be carrying out, and that these NCD-related activities are specifically included as insured activities in their policy to make sure that they are covered for any eventualities that happen. And then just finally on the last slide, so that's from the freight forwarder's perspective. From an insurer's perspective, when assessing a new risk like this and assessing some of the potential uncertainty around the cargo liability regime that comes out, there are probably a couple of different approaches we can take. One is to deal with this in the convention wording itself, and I'm going to leave that up to my colleague who is following me to discuss, as she has some detailed ideas and suggestions on this issue. The second one would be as an insurer to say, right, we're excluding that from cover and we're not going to insure it. Obviously, this isn't an approach we would like to take. And particularly in the mutual liability insurance market, we want to encourage cover of very useful documents like this and useful processes like this that our insureds could carry out. And so we definitely wouldn't be looking to do that. What we would be looking to do is how to manage any potential additional risks around this. And I think there are a couple of ways that these could be managed by different insurers in the industry, potentially putting a mandatory inclusion of a fallback liability limitation in the of whatever form, be it the UNCTAD or any other type of wording in the terms on the NCD. And also, for example, inserting, like many people do in their current maritime bills of lading, a jurisdiction clause so that that uncertainty about jurisdiction is removed from anything that happens as well. So yes, in conclusion, I can, as mentioned, I think there are maybe some minor nuances or additional risks that may arise, but none of them are insurmountable, and they can very easily be dealt with by one or two of the ways I've mentioned. And yeah, the important thing really is, as people want to start engaging with this document, to ensure that they have these conversations early on with whoever insures them and make sure they're sufficiently covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison, for your very informative yet very clear and concise answer to this question. Thank you indeed. So my next and final question will be to Regina. The question is the following. So what do you think are the practical and legal challenges that you foresee in the future use of the negotiable cargo documents within multimodal logistics, and how these challenges can be effectively addressed to ensure smooth adoption across the supply chain? Can you please share your insights on that?
Thank you very much, Fedor. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting day so far. Thank you very much to the UNCITRAL Secretariat for the kind invitation to participate. Yes, it's been interesting. And of course, we've heard a lot about the opportunities and the positives, as would be expected. And everybody hopes for this to be a success. But it is important to also consider some of the potential issues that might still require some attention. And that's what I'm going to present in brief. So if we just recap very briefly, of course, I have put more text on the slide than we need. But this developed from an initiative focusing on railway consignment notes, developing a negotiable transport document to facilitate multimodal carriage, to a convention on negotiable transport documents for multimodal transport, and then to cargo documents, which are more independent, as we heard earlier today. The aims are very clear: to address the expanding needs of financing by establishing legal recognition of a negotiable multimodal transport document and electronic record as a transferable document of title, similar to negotiable marine or ocean bills of lading, to enable the performance of sale of goods in transit. You can sell goods anyway, but you can't perform the sale unless you have a document of title, and to provide independent documentary security against which finance can be provided. But in contrast to the bill of lading, the NCD is actually not a transport document. And I'm saying this because if you look at the definitions in the convention, the definition is very clear. It's an entirely new type of document, conceptually distinct from any unimodal or multimodal transport document, which is defined in the convention, draft convention, as a document which evidences or contains the transport contract. So it's a new thing. That's important to notice. And whenever anything is new, we have to pay attention to the detail because we don't know all the ins and outs yet. So this novel approach in this convention also differs from all existing international transport conventions. They all establish mandatory cargo liability regimes, whereas the draft convention here regulates the NCD as a document of title and also deals with assignment of rights to the holder and as a receipt but it does not regulate the underlying transport contract, either unimodal or multimodal, or the carrier's liability. That is not by accident, that was a conscious decision. And if you ask for the reasons, in part, it's probably not to open the Pandora's box that is multimodal liability at international level. Anybody who deals with law or who has had to engage lawyers in pursuit of a claim will know there is no international multimodal liability regime in force. The UNCTAD developed multimodal transport convention did not enter into force, required 40 ratifications. There are contractual terms in place, the UNCTAD ICC rules, but that's not an international convention, and they don't supersede, as it were, conflicting provisions. But what it also means is certainly, and to come back to some of the issues that were mentioned, for example, by Fedor earlier in his presentation, what the convention will not do is to create greater certainty as regards liability for multimodal transport. I mean, that's a fair point to say. So it doesn't aim to do that, but it will not do that. And that was, of course, that is the white elephant or the elephant in the room normally when you're talking about multimodal transport. So in terms of facilitating that, it won't address that issue. Now, why are we saying, and this is UNCTAD who has been raising this from the very outset of all this work, we've been raising the issue of the need to also consider the potential implications for liability issues. So even if you don't regulate it fully, somehow give a thought to what this will do. And we believe that unless this is addressed, there might be a problem with the usefulness of the NCD in its intended way to be commercially viable. Why? I've already said there's no international mandatory liability regime in force for multimodal transport, which would protect the rights of a cargo claimant. So if we now have this new convention, it stays as it is in the last draft, enters into force, then you have the effect, of course, it ensures full legal recognition of this multimodal transport NCD. I don't know why I keep the acronym. Sometimes I've misspelled it anyway. And I'm focusing here on multimodal because that's the topic of this session. There are other issues which one could say about unimodal, but it would ensure the full legal recognition of a multimodal transport NCD, an electronic equivalent, as a negotiable document of title. Now, what would that mean? These documents could then be traded and used for the performance of sale of goods in transit, similar to what is the case today with negotiable marine bills of lading. So you have these string sales, consecutive CIF contracts, or any kind of C terms. But it's axiomatic in these transactions. That's very important to understand. It's always the case, otherwise the whole system wouldn't work, that the buyer in each of these contracts bears the transit risk. What does that mean? If the goods, as described in the contract, were sent on their way by anyone, really, and the documents confirm that, and the documents are in conformity with the expectation, then the buyer has to pay in full against the documents. If no goods arrive, something happened, the vessel sank, whatever, or are short delivered or are damaged, the buyer cannot refuse to pay or ask for the money back. This is a practical solution to the problem. Otherwise, you'd have to reject up a chain. So this is why it's always the buyer. So who carries the final one, the one who actually wants the goods, not the intermediate traders. Now that party has to, what do they get? They pay in full. What do they get in lieu of that? They get rights of suit against a carrier. So it's a residual right. It's not perfect, but they can bring a cargo claim on reasonable terms. And what does that mean? In these reasonable terms, they mean the terms of contract. What are the terms of contract? They're on the back of the bill of lading. These are standard term of contracts of the carrier. And in sea carriage, obviously, we have a handful of global operators anyway. So these terms are not negotiated. They're the contract of adhesion. So very, very important is that the cargo interests are protected by the supplementary application, typically, of the Hague, Visby, or Hamburg rules. They either apply mandatorily in any case, or they are incorporated into these bills of lading because they also offer something for the carrier. And that makes the whole show possible. This is why it's acceptable one way or the other. Now, what we're saying is that if you can trade the new multimodal NCD like a bill of lading, then you also have to make sure that a final consignee benefits from this protection. Now, we've heard from Andrea, and she represents, of course, the reputable service providers, the global freight forwarders. You know, no problem at all if there is a decent set of contractual terms. But it's quite obvious that there could be unscrupulous operators, or that just generally what the lawyers in these companies might get creative and fiddle a little bit with that. And so that is the issue that arises. We think it's critical for SMEs, particularly in developing countries, but not only, but also for other potential cargo claimants. That includes subrogated cargo insurers. Alison was presenting the liability insurers perspective, but there's of course the cargo insurers as well. And then the banks, who may have to realize any security that they hold in documents like that pledge, or an intermediate trader or a seller who finds one way or the other that they remain unpaid. Now, the UNCTAD ICC rules that have been mentioned briefly and that are integral in the FIATA Bill of Lading and also multi-doc other documents, they can, of course, continue to be used, but they are in contractual nature, and that is very important. But because that means if there are any conflicting terms in this document, they will not supersede these. So the court would read this together. So, for example, if you have something in the, you've got the UNCTAD ICC rules, but the carrier includes also provisions to say that he's only responsible for the goods while they are in his charge on, let's say, vessels under his control, or not while they are on land, it is possible that read together, this would not lead to any liability. So in the absence of mandatory minimum standards of liability, somewhere, a carrier would be free to exclude or limit its liability unilaterally as part of its standard contract terms. Because when we're talking about agreement in this context, the carrier in many cases, in most cases, can agree unilaterally because it's a standard term. It's take it or leave it. These are not negotiated. So the exception is cases where you can actually identify where a particular loss occurs and potentially a mandatory international unimodal liability regime applies. That would remain to be seen if it applies to the case in question, or if a national mandatory multimodal liability regime applies. Some countries have these, but other countries don't. In cases where you can't localize the loss and no mandatory liability regime is applicable, a cargo claimant could be effectively left entirely empty-handed. Now, this would undermine, never mind whether it's fair or not, but it would undermine a key objective of this convention, namely to enable sale of goods in transit and the raising of finance against the security inherent in a document of title and facilitate trading multimodally transported goods. So why would anyone accept and pay against a document under a sale contract or accept it as a security or collateral if they may end up without either the goods or a residual right of effective redress against the carrier? So to ensure that the NCD accords with commercial needs and provides the holder with actual documentary security, some provision needs to be made to ensure minimum standards of cargo liability. And how could this be approached? Because we can't reopen the whole thing. It's not going to be acceptable. However, a possible stopgap could be to include a new provision in the convention, potentially at the end of Article 1.3, to provide for the statutory application of the UNCTAD ICC rules, which are widely used, accepted, should not be in substance at all controversial, as a fallback in cases where no international or national liability regime applies. And this is a potential wording which could be considered. So basically, of course, legal wording to cover all the angles. But the purpose here is to say where there is no mandatory liability regime applicable, then the carrier's liability shall not be less than under the UNCTAD ICC rules, but it would do this by statutory. It would give this statutory force. So that would mean that this convention would basically override any conflicting terms that might be somewhere included in the standard terms of the carrier that might be in conflict. And as I say, we believe that this would be an acceptable compromise because it's by no means very high, the liability, no, but it is accepted, it is tried and tested. And as I mentioned before, it should not be controversial for anyone not the carriers. And certainly this is what is being used very widely for multimodal transport. And just very quickly, because that is often raised, yes, but we don't have this problem now. We don't have this problem now because you can't trade multimodal transport documents at the moment. Why can't you trade them? Some countries accept them as documents of title, but some countries don't. So in practice, this isn't really happening, but that could be the case and is in part one of the reasons. So with that, I'm going to leave it, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Regina. Yes, you rightfully mentioned, and what I would also like to probably point out from my end that it's quite clear that this convention is not a comprehensive one. It's not supposed to solve all problems. It's just to facilitate a particular component of multimodal transportation process, right? So probably, but also I do believe that there may be concerns about how it's going to be implemented, including from the carriers, right? So, but the implementation will show probably. Okay, dear colleagues, thank you very much. So I can see there are at least two hands raised, right? So we have very little time, but anyway, we will try to accommodate these questions. Please.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me this opportunity to ask questions. My name is Bo Yi. I'm from Institute of Socialism with Chinese characters and law school at South University in Nanjing. My question to Ms. Tang. You mentioned that currently freight forwarders rely on individual contractual arrangements to facilitate multimodal shipments and trade finance, but however, which limits predictability and broader application, especially for small and medium enterprises. So in your presentation, how do you see the NCD convention by giving legal effect to negotiating cargo documents change the operational realities for freight forwarders in terms of buyer switching and route facility and access to finance? Can you give a practical example of how this might work in a disrupted supply chain? Thank you.
I think that's a long question, but maybe not possible to answer the whole aspect. So, Andrea, maybe a very brief answer, the essence, if you can.
Thank you very much for your question. So I will make my answer as brief as possible. But I think at the moment, we see that there are many SMEs that would actually benefit a lot from having access to certain markets and also having access to trade finance. At the moment, it's not always possible for them to receive trade finance so easily. Also because two aspects that I will mention briefly. First of all, that in the moment where there's no maritime component involved, this can be a lot more challenging, even when using the FBL, unfortunately. And also, at the moment, freight forwarders are really able to provide the services to consolidate shipments for these SMEs that would require transport to different parts of the world using different modes of transport, and having one document that is legally harmonized and enforceable around the world will actually greatly facilitate this, also because it would allow them to have greater certainty for the banks, as well as probably cheaper access to insurance and other associated costs.
Thank you very much. So we have two more questions from the floor. I would like to kindly ask all the queries. Quick question, quick answer. Sorry, because we have one more session. We cannot, go on that territory in terms of time. Please, your question.
Well, thank you very much. Leah Maxilati from the International Chamber of Shipping. Unfortunately, I have so many questions, which hopefully I will have the time to discuss with the individual speakers later on. But just to thank you very much for the presentations. It was really interesting. But just to start with my main questions to Ms. Tang. So you mentioned that the freight forwarder will contract with the actual carrier. In the example that you gave, you referred to a maritime carrier. Obviously, this is something that concerns us a lot. Could you please provide some input as to what document you envisage to use in order to affect this contract? Would it be a bill of lading? Would it be a different document, a non-negotiable document, probably? And second point, again, to Ms. Tang.
Sorry, 1 point. 1 question, 1 answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I cannot permit more.
Okay.
No, we can anyway discuss after the session a little bit on the different questions, but very quickly, as mentioned in the scenario, so the freight forwarder would then issue, for example, the multimodal transport document with the shipper. So that would be really between the shipper and the forwarder for the end-to-end transport, which is maybe not just maritime, but also railroad, etc. And then for the purposes of the relationship with the shipping line, then it would be as normal, but instead the forwarder is kind of seen as the shipper for the purposes of the documentation or the bills of lading with the shipping line. So the freight forwarder is the one that is taking the place of the shipper in a way to organize the transport on the shipper's behalf and ensure that, yeah.
And it's not wouldn't be, it's because that's what you do now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happens now.
But I think this is, and Beate Cervenka is here, so in case I got this wrong, in Article 3.5, it says the transport operator who issues a negotiable cargo document shall not request the issuance of a negotiable transport document in respect of the goods to which the negotiable cargo document relates. This does not address this issue, or does it? I'm just wondering. Okay. I think so. This could be considered.
I would like to have a follow-up question, but
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but we are really short on time. We need to give the right to other people to ask questions. Please, your question. Make it quick, please.
I'll try. So Eleonora Troy, ICC. With regards to my esteemed colleague from UNCTAD, I'd love to see, of course, the ICC clause inserted. However, I would caution against the idea of having something entirely risk-free. I think what the convention is trying to achieve, and that is the most important thing, is to create a negotiable cargo document, a document in title, and that is what we actually need the law for. The risk distribution is a commercial agreement best left to the parties, and we could give recommendations, but these do not need to be in the convention itself. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have one more question from one of the online participants. Sorry.
Please let me react to.
I'm sorry.
Very quickly, because it's an important point you raise, and no, there's nothing. Life is not risk-free, and frankly, you know, if you have paid your seller in full, and you get the chance to sue the carrier in a cargo claim, and good luck to you. There may also be exclusion of liability. You don't by any means necessarily get a quid pro quo. However, the point is, I'm a maritime lawyer, so the negotiable bill of lading, I'm very familiar with that. And the whole point of this is the documentary security inherent, the key to the warehouse. It's why you can pledge it, why. So all of this has to be replicated if you want to make it work. It has to be fit for purpose, because the whole idea is to replicate what the bill of lading does. And I'm suggesting that actually in practice, this whole system with the bill of lading only works because it is supplemented by mandatory minimum standards of liability, which are also well established. And that might not be the case if it's multimodal. That's the key point here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question we can take today it comes from one of our online participants. Please, the floor is yours now.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the presentations and for the conference, which has been very interesting. My name is Marta. I'm Marta Borges. I'm a maritime lawyer and I'm a PhD candidate at Nova School of Law in Portugal. And my research is focusing on the functional integration between sales contracts and sea carriage contracts And I'm very interested in these questions regarding, the documents, not only the documents, but I'm interested in the negative externalities that this integration has in practice, although they are separate contracts. So I'm very keen with the FPL and the EFPL from FIATA. And my specific question is to know, how has it been received in practice after his implementation? And especially what I would like to know is the level of acceptance among the stakeholders like shippers, consignees, bankers, insurers. I'm really fond to know about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question and for your interest in the FBL and EFBL. So at the moment, this document has been in existence since 1968. It's been used heavily across the freight forwarding industry around the world. And at the moment, we see that this is something that is also very helpful for freight forwarders, for example, who are SMEs who maybe are not like the big name, multinationals, to be able to have access to using an internationally recognized reputable document that has clear terms and is already widely recognized for example, the banks, because it's also compatible with UCP 600. So that's the FBL. I think this has been already around for some time. The EFBL is something that is still in progress in terms of adoption, mainly because for digital trade, there still remains some of the hurdles of, doubts about legal certainty and change management. But we are seeing a steady uptake of the EFBL across the world. And I believe that when the NCD convention is adopted, and also, of course, all the MLETR, but I think that we're currently talking about NCD convention, then this will be also a great driver for the digital version of the document.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all panelists. Also, I would like to thank the audience for the good questions. Sorry if I had to cut someone short, because we already consumed most of the coffee break intended before the next panel session. For sure, that's the important practical topic which deserves much more time for discussion. I'm sure there will be much more opportunities in the future, especially after the convention hopefully enters into force, because there will be many questions and many things to discuss. So, and we had a very limited time for that purpose today. But for the questions which maybe were not permitted to be voiced today, maybe you could submit to the conference secretariat in writing, and those could be either answered directly or in the near future. So there will be found a way how to address those. Thank you very much once again to everybody. So with that, I think we can close this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In order to catch up with our program, I invite everyone to do a short break and be back in the room at 4:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants. Please take a seat. Now it's time for our last panel discussion, session 5, on digitalization, the digital shift in negotiable cargo documents and the role of global standards. And we're very pleased to have Ms. Kamola Husnudinova from UNECE and also the Secretary of UNCIFACT. Kamola, please.
Thank you, Yang Yi. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying until the last session. We hope to make it a promise to make it as engaging as possible, as this is the last session of the day. My name is Kamola Husnudinova, and I'm representing the UN Economic Commission for Europe. This is one of the 5 sister commissions similar to ESCAP and ESCWA that were represented here today. And at the UNECE, in the Trade Facilitation section, we host the Secretariat of UNCIFACT, which was mentioned also here today several times. The UNCIFACT, I'll just give you a brief introduction, is the UN Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business. and it is mandated by developing electronic business standards. These are the standards for information exchange along supply chains. And also we develop the policy recommendations to guide countries in their trade facilitation reforms. To date, we have nearly 950 e-business standards, and we have 48 trade facilitation policy recommendations. Those are being developed by a community of experts. We have over 1,700 experts that are volunteers that are contributing their time to UNCIFACT work. And they come from different backgrounds, governments, private sector, industry, academia. And this community of experts is governed by the Bureau. And today we had an intervention from one of the Bureau members, the Vice Chair, Hanan Becha, that made a brief intervention at one of the sessions. Just to mention that this is the intergovernmental subsidiary body of UNECE, and it has a global membership despite being hosted at the Regional Commission. The standards are developed through an open and inclusive public-private collaboration in this community of experts. And these standards are used by different trade actors along the supply chain in a multimodal context. So they're used by sea, rail, road, and air. Now, I'm pleased today to moderate this timely and strategic discussion on the digitalization of negotiable cargo documents. This is the much needed shift that lies at the heart of trade modernization and digital transformation. Today's session takes place at the crossroads of legal innovation, technical standardization, and operational efficiency, where the work of UNCIFACT and UNCITRAL converges to unlock new frontiers in trusted cross-border trade. The UNCIFACT has been championing the development of global standards and semantic models that ensure data interoperability across sectors and borders, the standards that are now critical enablers for the secure digitalization of trade documents. And it has been mentioned several times as well today that in order to shift this digitalization, it is very important that the way that the data is entered into documents, into systems need to be standardized, and it has to be interoperable across modes of transport and through different jurisdictions cross borders. Now, just to mention a few collaborations that we already had with UNCITRAL, which is advancing the legal framework such as MLETR, Model Law on Electronic Transferable Records, and this upcoming now convention on NCDs. Now, from the perspective of UNECE and UNCIFACT, what is the most significant benefit that the digitalization of NCDs brings? It is the creation of a trusted, interoperable digital environment that enables faster, more transparent, and secure movement of goods across borders. The digitalization of negotiable cargo documents, when supported by internationally recognized semantic standards and legal framework, has a great potential to enhance the efficiency, integrity, and cost effectiveness of trade processes by reducing procedural bottlenecks and strengthening trust among stakeholders. Now with this, without further ado, I will introduce our distinguished panel. And I will look forward to hearing insights from the panelists who represent the intersection of standards, legal frameworks, policy and industry adoption, and also to discussing how we can work together to shape the digital future of global trade. Here with me, I have Luca Castellani to my left, who is a legal officer in the secretariat of UNCITRAL and secretary of UNCITRAL Working Group 4 on Electronic Commerce, who oversaw the preparation of the UNCITRAL Model Law on Electronic Transferable Records and Model Law on the use of cross-border recognition of identity management and trust services. Then we have the pleasure of welcoming Pamela Marr, who is the Managing Director of the Digital Standards Initiative of the ICC based in Singapore. This initiative, the DSI, is a public-private partnership backed by the ICC the Singapore government, the Asian Development Bank, WTO, and WCO. And this initiative aims to digitalize global trade by harmonizing and digitalizing supply chain standards and by building digital readiness across the global trade ecosystem. To my right, I have Mr. Juan Diego Chavarria, who is a technical officer in the Compliance and Facilitation Directorate of the World Customs Organization, where he specializes in leveraging data and technology to enhance global trade processes. His work focuses on initiatives such as the WCO data model and single window environment. And finally, online, we have Nogae Diagne, who is the UNCIFACT regional rapporteur for Africa. And at the same time, she's also a project lead for the recent initiative of UNCIFACT, where we developed the policy recommendation on enhancing digital connectivity along transit corridors. Nogai is also a program coordinator at the African Alliance for E-Commerce, a Pan-African nonprofit organization dedicated to the promotion of digital technology through the implementation of performant single window for external trade. Now, the way we're going to organize it is we will let Luca Castellani to introduce the draft convention on negotiable cargo documents and illustrate how it fits within other UNCITRAL texts and how it will contribute to the end-to-end digitalization. And then after that, we will ask questions to our distinguished panelists. So Luca, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kamola, and good afternoon to everyone in this room. Maybe good morning, there is still someone in the Americas who is listening to us in their morning. I would like to say a few words focusing on how this future treaty fits with existing UNCITRAL texts on electronic commerce. As you said, Kamola, the idea is UNCITRAL texts are enablers of the use of electronic means. And in particular, now we are trying to accompany this seemingly unstoppable movement towards end-to-end trade digitalization. This convention will offer a new document in the already there's quite a variety of existing documents. The treaty itself in the form, the most recent form is in document ACN 9/1213, is drafted in a way that I would say is aspirationally medium neutral. What does that mean? It means that the idea behind this treaty is that it is indifferent to use paper-based or electronic documents. I have to say, although I didn't work specifically on this working group, but I heard from my colleagues that there has been a little bit of a movement, but the starting position was not exactly this. You see, for instance, still now, Chapter 4 is called Special Conditions for Electronic Negotiable Cargo Documents. Probably the special conditions will be deleted at the Commission session, because if it's medium neutral, the two are the same. One is not special and one is not general. But these small editorial issues, of course, can be considered later. But the real point is that there is no law for paper and add-on for electronic. The law is drafted equally for paper and electronic. If you want to see something similar, you can look at the recently adopted just last year, UNCITRAL UNITRA Model Loan Warehouse Receipts. Again, this type of document, of title, if you wish, or transferable documents or instruments, and again, drafted in a medium neutral manner. Now, important points very quickly. I think that it is when we deal with digital trade, this panel is on digital trade. We have to slightly separate two things that are sometimes merged together. One is the validity of the document as such. For instance, this negotiable cargo document has to be signed. If it's not signed, it's invalid because legal requirement is not fulfilled. And the other thing is instead data quality assurance. So is the signature reliable enough? Does it identify the signature enough? These two things are not the same. They are different. And I have to say, when it comes to reliability, there has been a huge amount of work done in support of the enactment and the use of the model on electronic transfer records, MLETR. Pamela, of course, did it with ICC, DSI. And if you look at the convention, you see that Article 18, the general reliability standard for the electronic cargo documents, is identical to the one of the Article 12 of the MLETR and is identical to the one in the warehouse receipts. What does it mean? It means that when in 2017 we adopted MLETR and we said you have to use a reliable method and you have Article 12 giving you some direction, we said yes, but we didn't know how to implement that. And private sector went different ways, asking for legal opinions, asking for technical assessments, asking for both. Nowadays, if tomorrow a service provider wants to issue an electronic negotiable cargo document, they can go to the website of ICC DSI, download, there is a tool, a self-assessment tool with reference to technical standards, and already today they know what is reliable and what is not reliable, at least in the eyes of the industry itself, because this is a self-regulatory tool. I think this thing is extremely important, because this means that by aligning to the same reliability standards, we are ready really to do end-to-end trade digitalization in a single digital trade ecosystem in the same way. The other side of it is the side of data, and where I would like to stress, of course, this treaty is on substantive issues. It doesn't deal with that, but we have UNCITRAL, you mentioned before, UNCITRAL model law on the use and cross-border recognition of identity management and trust services. We have, if this NCD is to be used in the beginning for trade with Europe or involving Europe, you have EIDAS 2 regulation, you have EFTI, for instance, EU EFTI regulation that refers to EIDAS for exchange of information with customs authorities and other public authorities. So you have already a full set of legal rules supported by implementing technical standards that also tells you when, for instance, the electronic signature can be considered as sufficiently reliable to prove the origin or even the integrity or things like that. So I believe it's important to see how these two things come together. Also because the negotiable cargo document is important for access to credit, but it can be also very important as a catalyzer for trade digitalization of both the financing side and the logistics side. And when we have that type of transformation, we know already today, we heavily rely on Internet of Things, we heavily rely on oracles, we heavily rely on the generation of data across the supply chain, which we have to use in a manner which is consistent, in a manner which is reliable, and especially we have to facilitate all of these data exchange, data flows in order to facilitate trade, of course, and reuse as much as possible this information, compile it and analyze it. I would stop here because I already spoke a couple of minutes more of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. This is much appreciated. Thank you for sharing about how possibly the NCD convention would contribute to the digitalization. And the point is well taken that, and also reference to other legal frameworks. And it's clear that there needs to be interoperability between the different legal frameworks and the information exchange. And this is something of what will seem to be as next steps. Now to Pamela, I have a question to you. How do you see ICC DSI helping to connect legal frameworks like MLETR and the future UNCITRAL convention with technical standards from UNCIFACT, ISO, WCO, that would also drive the market adoption? And what role does global partnership play in translating the standards into scalable, interoperable solutions across different jurisdictions and sectors?
So it's great that the NCD convention is going to come into force, because our concern is not just to solve the big challenges, the intellectual challenges and the legal challenges of harmonized legal frameworks, but rather, or in addition, to drive adoption of digital trade processes. Now, how do you drive adoption? You have to make it really easy for the countries to come on board, because the question of is it legal or not is one of the three big barriers to why companies don't digitalize their trade process. Okay, and so we need to make it easy for countries to actually legalize it, but it's not enough. Okay. We want to legalize it in a way that promotes interoperability of processes along the supply chain. And there's two things that we work on this. So one is what data standards are you using, where we align with UNCIFACT and the WCO's data model, but also the many privately developed standards, in that regardless of whether it's a public standard, an official standard, or a privately developed standard within industry, we want the actual data elements which are used across the 36 key trade documents to actually be interoperable with each other's. And that will make it easy for users, once you take away the legal question, to actually take away the fear of system lock-in, which is the second big barrier. Fear of system lock-in is something which arises from the fear that if you go with a particular trade service operator, like a trade platform, you're locked in there forever, okay, because your data is not usable outside of that platform. And even though every platform is going to say, oh, your data is yours and you're free to take it out, effectively, because of the use of proprietary standards, that data is not plug and playable elsewhere. So we want to free up users to be able to choose whatever platform that their customer wants or that is right for the particular business situation that they are facing, without the fear that they're stuck there in a noose forever. Okay, that's the second big barrier. Now, how does the NCD make it easy? Obviously, NCD makes it easy to achieve legal harmonization, but also we need to pay attention to the need to engage industry in the same way as when we go to countries and say, align to MLETR. We have to undertake both the legal process, the legislative process, and the business engagement process, because we don't want to do one without the other. And we don't want the situation to arise where we spend so much effort to achieve legal alignment, and then it happens, and the government has great expectations for the transformation to happen, and then nothing happens. Okay, so we need to do these things in parallel. And that's why DSI has two arms. Basically, one is the legal reform, and the other one is industry and standards. The third one is trust. And here it is greatly appreciated and very smart that the NCD adopts the established MLETR definition of reliability, the requirement that a reliable system is used, with all of that that it entails, because once a platform has received the badge of reliability, and it's not an externally given badge, it's just a statement of verification for a self-assessment, but once the platform receives that badge, it should be their calling card to enter into any of those kind of legal frameworks which might be necessary. The last thing we want to do is create another badge that is the NCD badge. So we need all of these frameworks to be globally interoperable. So to summarize, 1, get it passed. 2, explain how the NCD is going to make it easy for you to digitalize. And 3, go out to the business community with a very, very clear and simple message that this is worth their time, if the business situation is right, and so on. I somehow think that NCD could actually help expedite MLETR adoption, because in some senses, it's easier from a legal perspective because you don't have to change your law, okay? But it's just as difficult and just as important to do that business engagement, because even if a country signs on to NCD, it doesn't mean that business is aware. So the government need to make sure that the business community comes on board.
Thank you, Pamela, for your insightful remarks. Indeed, it's important that public and private sector work together. And I believe our role as development agencies and as partners is to guide the governments, to coach the businesses, and to help them understand first the benefits, and second, what needs to be done to achieve those. I will come back to you with a follow-up question, but for now, and thank you very much again. For now, I'll move to Juan Diego with a question. What are the key considerations from a customs and border management perspective when transitioning to digital negotiable documents? Over to you.
Thank you, Kamala. Very happy to be here and to have this important discussion. As representation of the World Customs Organization, how WCO sees this, for customs, it's critical to consider some of the aspects that NCD can bring to the table. One was the aspect that Pamela was just referring to, the data reliability. This part is critical, that really customs can know and have a certainty of the data that they're receiving, that this is information that has gone in a way that is valid, that is non-reputable, and that customs can access this information and therefore would be able to share with other important stakeholders. We can think about, for example, the single window environment and how this information can be interchanged with other cross-border regulatory agencies that could be of use. Another critical aspect is the interoperability. I think this has been addressed quite extensively throughout the day. We have mentioned and we have heard of other panelists and the questions about the interoperability aspects with the data models. WCO has the WCO data model. We have mentioned of UNCITRAL data model. Now thinking about how they can even coordinate together, because, for example, the WCO data model focuses on customs to customs data exchange and also cross-border regulatory agencies exchange. We know that the UNCITRAL data model has a little bit of a wider range of how they can use and interact with the supply chain. So something important is the collaboration aspect that we can have. For example, the WCO recently has, together with UNECE, for the UNCITRAL data model, we have been cooperating in aligning the data models. This is a work that we hope by next year we will be able to have a little bit more mature, that we will not only have a mapping with probably a step further in a structural level, how these two data models can interact to one another, so that whatever information along the supply chain can be used for customs, even if for whatever circumstance, one data model is used in certain part of the supply chains. Let's say at the beginning is used the UNCITRAL data model, and then later on, maybe another system, custom system, or another single window environment system could be used in the WCO data model, and how this information can interact to one another. Some examples that we have with this, even though, as I mentioned, WCO has focused for a long time on the C2C exchange of data, is the work that we have been doing with ICC, with the DSI initiative, how the relevance of the information that's being captured in the supply chain is quite important. We have been working on customs bond mapping, also on the EFPL. Andrea in the previous panel from FIATA brought this to the table, and this is something that also the WCO, with the recognition of the importance and relevance of the supply chain information, has been working on an alignment. This is still being worked on, and we will try to finish it as soon as possible, but it's some cooperation that customs is doing with other stakeholders. And finally, would be the capacity building and the collaboration. How customs, and in this case, the WCO, can bring to the table and provide some capacity building for members that are implementing this, that want to take the step to a digitalization, how they will do it, how they will interact. Again, this will be considering the CBM, and the single window environment, and how in a coordinated border management style, the different stakeholders can cooperate, being customs one of them, and the other regulatory agencies that also will be part of this, and how this information can be exchanged, can be taken from the very beginning of the supply chain, and can be reused without duplicity, and being able to process it in a more efficient way.
Thank you very much, Juan Diego, and also for sharing about this cooperation with different partners, because indeed it's through the cooperation that we could achieve larger impact in our member states. And this data models mapping and alignment, this came at a request of member states since a few years ago. And we started, our experts started producing the mapping of the missing elements in the both data models, the WCO and UNCIFACT reference data model. And now the work will indeed commence on the actual alignment, which is has been long awaited by and requested by countries. So thank you very much for that. I will come back to you with another follow-up question, but for now I will turn over to Nogai. Nogai, thank you very much for being with us the whole day, and apologies for a slight delay. And I would like to ask you a question, since you are the long-standing UNCIFACT expert and have been a very active contributor. If I can ask you how the UNCIFACT's package of standard is supporting interoperability and trusted data exchange in trade and transport, and particularly through the work on enhancing digital connectivity along transit corridor, which you have been leading at UNCIFACT. Over to you, Nogai.
Thank you very much, Kamala. Very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to all participants in person or online. And thank you once again for this important question. The UNCIFACT package of standard is, I can say, a must-use. Why? Because it plays a crucial role in enhancing interoperability and trusted data exchange in trade and transport. And we can say that the use of the package of standards reduce operational costs, is compliance with the regulation, and also the use of this package can facilitate interoperability. Why? Because the UNCIFACT has developed and continue also to develop standards that enable seamless data exchange between diverse systems used in international trade. We do have this pilot in April this year, and I will come back in order to show how it is important to have these standards, such electronic data exchange, ADA, XML, and JSON, ensure that different systems can communicate effectively in breaking down barriers between various trade stakeholders. So also the package of standard, if we can use it, they can facilitate the sharing of custom information and tracking shipment, coordinating logistic, leading the reduced delay and increased transparency. We did a good, real test on this by communicating, exchanging custom information, OGA and government administration like permit and other. And I will talking about this important pilot that we did all based on the package of standard. In terms also of data harmonization, that is fundamental for digital trade. And UNCITRAL is an harmonization instrument and partner with organization has Juan Diego said regarding with many organizations like the WCO, ISO, and when it comes also to the FAL convention regarding the maritime, the UNCITRAL also partner with this organization, and also CITES and all these international organization regulated trade. So as mentioning this morning, UNCITRAL also help countries in capacity building through the practical recommendation to adopt this standard. And this ensure also those with less advancing system to participate effectively in global trade. We do have this situation since when it's about to exchange between Senegal and Mali. Senegal has a performance single window, but Mali did not have. So by using the package of standards and interoperability recommendation, we do develop a solution that enable Mali to exchange between the single window. So just to mention that this is to ensure that with less advancing system in some countries, they can participate effectively in the global trade. Also, the UNCITRAL has developed a multimodal transport reference data model that provide a standardized framework for capturing and exchanging data related to multimodal transport. And this model facilitates the creation of a single electronic record that can also be used across different transport mode, sea, road, rail, and also air. So in terms of helping single window implementation, addressing in the WTO TFA in Article 10.4, the UNCITRAL has developed and continue to be a key player in the development of relevant recommendation on single window implementation. And we all know that our famous recommendation 33 in terms of implementation of single window and also the interoperability of system, and actually UNCITRAL continue to work in the single window assessment methodology. So as all this allow the submission of required trade related information through a single electronic portal. So this approach is being used to streamline multimodal transport operation by reducing the need for multiple submission to different agency. So also there is a need to highlight that several countries have implementing single window solution based on UNCITRAL standards, leading to faster clearance time and improve also efficiency in transport operation. And we can say that since in the African Alliance, since its creation in 2009, we worked with all countries members in the all projects are aligned with the single window with the UNCITRAL recommendation or also standards. So Kamala, I would like before giving back the floor to briefly introduce the work that you mentioned in the UNCITRAL recommendation 50 called the Toolbox for Enhancing Digital and Sustainable Trade Facilitation along Transit Corridor. This purpose is to develop an actionable policy recommendation. It's not about adding an recommendation, but this will be an actionable policy recommendation that can assist the UN members state in enhancing digital and sustainable trade facilitation along transit corridor. So in order to talking about briefly, the first phase will focus on the scoping, the project deliver, gathering insight into the persistent challenge and inefficiency in soft trade infrastructure that hinder seamless transit procedure and data exchange along the corridor, particularly impacting trade competitive for landlocked countries and linked developing countries. So it will also develop an implementation guide for the UNCITRAL based on the UNCITRAL package of standard for data exchange, which support the digital transformation and also of cross-border trade, which will be testing in a pilot. So as Hanan mentioned during her intervention this morning, this is an open development process, and any interesting expert can participate in that work. So in order just to give some update, currently with Dr. Hanan, who is also vice chair in the UN CEFACT secretariat, expert, we are actually working with the expert coming from different regions and the UN CEFACT secretariat in order to draft a survey to be circulated across the region in order to gather insight from industry, the government, the international organization into the persistent challenge and inefficiency in soft trade infrastructure. So this survey will also encourage active participation since we will have it online in the project, and this will provide a structural way for responding to provide feedback and contribute to this the project. So before giving you back the floor, so we do encourage experts mostly from the African countries to actively participate in the UN CEFACT work in order to help decision makers and private sector to understand the importance of using standards when it comes to implement cross-border trade projects. So I will stop there for the interest of the time. Thank you, Kamala.
Thank you very much, Nogaya, for a very comprehensive overview of one of the work streams of the UNCIFACT work. And I join your call for engaging more experts, not only from the African region, but also globally. I know you're the regional rapporteur for the African region, and I really appreciate how you managed to engage more and more experts from the region. But of course, we welcome participation of all the experts in this work stream, and particularly now that is focused on the enhancing connectivity along transit corridors, what we call the soft infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, and this is related to the practical recommendation and to the implementation of the package of standards. And there are a few pilots going on, as Nogaya mentioned, one between the Senegal and Mali. Also, there is this Trans-Caspian roadmap on digitalization of the Trans-Caspian corridor, where the UNCIFACT standards are extensively referenced, and this is the ongoing work stream as well. So thank you very much for your intervention. And with this, I think I'll go with the second round of follow-up questions, going back to Pamela. And thank you also for mentioning this KTDDE effort to which the UNCIFACT experts contributed as well. And as a follow-up, I understand that there will be a few steps, including possibly developing the missing standards, the missing data elements. And in the follow-up to that initiatives, we have jointly UNECE and the ICC launched the joint call to action that calls for adoption of digital standards. And I would like to ask you, Pamela, if you could speak to the uptake of this joint call to action, particularly around the MLETR adoption, and share how these efforts are helping SMEs to access and benefit from digital trade documentation.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, as Luca mentioned, there's an MLETR tracker online, which is tracking the uptake of MLETR by GDP. You know, basically calculate global GDP. 37% of global GDP is currently aligned to MLETR, and 32% is getting ready to do so. That is, the government made a public commitment to align to MLETR, and they're in the process of doing it. So it's a process that takes around 2 to 3 years, and so that's why it takes some time. But that's like over 2/3 of the global economy, which is significant. Now, that's both. There's two ways to look at it. 2/3 of the global economy, great. Now, on the other side, what about the parts of the economy that aren't yet aligned? Because 2/3 of the global economy, basically, you're talking a few big nations, like 4 members of the G7, US, UK, France, Germany, and then large countries like China, which is committed, India, which is committed, Japan, Australia, and so on. And there you have it. But actually, the majority of trading companies, those who are operating on the supply chain, are not in those giant countries. There's a lot in the developing world which have a very, very long roadmap to MLETR because of their level of development. And we always say digital trade is the way to make trade more inclusive. And so what are we doing about that? And here is where the call to action makes it very clear that legal isn't everything. Legal is very, very important, but there's a lot you can do in your country to prepare for the gradual transition to digital trade, even in the absence of legal alignment to MLETR and the application of transferability to documents of title. Okay, and what Nogai has gone through and the creation of digital trade corridors and so on speaks to some of that. And so when we launched the call to action, we were actually expecting all the MLETR compliant locations to submit actions that they are taking to drive forward, because that's where you would think that MLETR is being actioned. But actually, most of the submissions to the call to action, I think over 85% actually come from locations which are MLETR stage 1 or 2, which means that they're still in the process of understanding what it's about, and the government is still thinking about making a public commitment. Okay, so these are countries which fall on the development scale somewhere probably well below GDP per capita of $10,000 US. Now remember, LDC level is around 2,500. And so a lot of those countries which submitted, and this is both private submissions, NGO submissions, and public sector submissions, a lot of those come from those poorest countries. And what they're doing is an essential part of the roadmap to digital trade, which is building capacity, letting business practice the art of, well, the science of digitalizing different parts of the supply chain and letting business get used to it. Now, remember, you don't need MLETR, sorry, Luca, to digitalize a lot of the trade documents, which are not documents of title. You just need like MLEC, which is the model law on electronic commerce, and for signatures, digital signatures and digital transactions. So you can digitalize the invoice process, you can digitalize purchase order, you can digitalize a lot of the trade documents. Now, it is true that the value in end-to-end digitalization is really unlocked when you can also digitalize the documents of title and effect that transfer, because you're talking about the legal obligation to perform. But you can get started practicing and building the habit and educating and building capacity with many, many other actions. And that's what I really want to emphasize, in that for the countries in this room, if your government doesn't seem like MLETR is in their priority, and maybe they don't even seem like they would understand what NCD is all about, get started somewhere else, because there's a lot of other areas. And if you lack for ideas, come see us and we'll give you some ideas. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Pamela. And I think this is a great idea to start small if we're not ready yet to embrace a larger initiative. Now, Juan Diego, to you with the last follow-up question. If you could please elaborate on how can custom authorities leverage digital records to streamline risk management and enforcement?
Thank you, Kamala, for the question. For customs is critical. For considering the time now, I will mention the two main aspects that we can think about from a customs perspective in this sense. The first one is the pre-arrival risk analysis that can happen with this information. In this case, of course, we have to consider that the data that is coming has to be structured, has to be harmonized, so that customs can apply this risk assessment to the goods that are coming to the country. If we have this information available, the customs system can process this information and we can know what is coming to the different countries before. We can apply risk analysis to know what could be critical, what could be targeted, and what we need to do. But it cannot be any kind of information. It has to be digital information that has this interoperability aspect to it so that we can process. As in the same way, we can use it for post-clearance control. So in this case, we avoid bottlenecks. Again, information that we receive has to be structured and harmonized. We can have the goods enter the country and then analyze it afterwards, have some audit, have some traceability of the transactions that happened before, have the whole information available to customs so that we can apply this post clearance controls to the goods that have entered. And we don't create bottlenecks in this regards. We can analyze that afterwards, but only if we're certain that the information is reliable, that we gather information that really can be trustworthy for customs and also for other cross-border regulatory agencies, because as Nogai was highlighting, this can help a lot in a single window environment. How this information doesn't have to be again and again submitted. We will avoid also duplicity of information that is coming in, because we have information from the very beginning of the supply chain. So it's not needed that trade will have to keep submitting and submitting. We can have documents that are pre-populated with the information that has already been captured, and then customs can apply these controls of risk assessment in order to do it, in order to apply the risk management that we want, so that we focus on facilitation in the end with the needed control, of course, but trying to impact the less possible trade with this. And data is crucial for doing this and for applying the risk management.
Thank you very much, Juan Diego, for sharing about this pre-arrival and post-clearance data that is crucial. And indeed, it is the countries, it is the customs authorities and other authorities that regulate what information needs to be entered in such processes. And it is important that it is entered in a standardized way. So how the information is entered, how the data is entered, this needs to be standardized, and these standards are need to be interoperable. Because if we go back to the example shared by our colleague in the ITC, Pierre, who illustrated how for Kyrgyzstan to transit to Europe, they need to fill out 50 documents and then another 30 and then another 30. So if that was entered from the beginning in a standardized way, then it would have gone through the entire corridor without any obstacles. And this is what we're striving for, but of course it's a longer term perspective and the goal. Thank you. I think with that, I'll go to Nagoi. We have a few more minutes. And just to follow up, Nagoi, on what you have shared, if you could please, and you mentioned that you will share more examples, if you could please share example or insights from UNCIFAC projects where a single electronic record is being piloted or used to streamline multimodal or unimodal transport operations. I know you mentioned the Senegal-Mali corridor, so maybe you could elaborate on that.
Thank you, Kamala. So I think that for the interest of time, my colleague Pierre Bontonneau presents the important initiative of Trans-Caspian Corridor. And what we can say in April this year, we in the African Alliance for E-Commerce, and for those who may not know, the African Alliance for E-Commerce is a non-profit African association grouping single window operators. So we have 22 countries members from different regional economic community, and since its creation, AEC expect work, closely with UNCIFACT. And so last month we had a successful pilot between Senegal and Mali on the exchange of the electronic certificate of origin. The pilot involved exporters, importers, customs, and OGA. As you know, in West Africa region, the paper trade document like the certificate of origin, phytosanitary certificate, created a lot of bottlenecks at the borders. And now when we was at the borders, you can, when it comes to verify, those documents, there is a long queue of trucks, and this, not good for the ease of movement of the cargo. So by using the single window environment, and I also say that it's very important to use the single window environment in order to exchange, trade document between some landlocked countries. And for Senegal and Mali, we do use the single window in Senegal called Orbis in the 2000. And then in Mali, within the African Alliance, we developed a solution that can enable, Mali actors, government, to have a platform in order to exchange the certificate of origin. And what we are doing is with Mali, we help them to implement a solution and also align with UNCIFACT standards. And with also Côte d'Ivoire, we do exchange trade document between single window to single window. So it was a great, experience, because it was enable the actors from, for example, Mali. And what we realize is there is a lot of add value for the landlocked developed countries, since this solution enables them to have real-time information available to both government and private sector, and we know that this can improve their trade performance. What is also the add value that all the trade, third party stakeholders involved in the test in Senegal and also Mali, there was a mutual recognition of the electronic document. And what we, also realize in this platform fight against the fraud in the preferential certificate of origin. So it was very important for Mali to have real statistics, because before this platform, they had some challenge in having real statistics on, the movement of the goods related to the certificate of origin of product for the preferential, regime. So from this project, we what we realize on the ground, that as well as there are numerous good initiatives, most of them failed because of resistance. And also, as Pierre already said, there are numerous systems, and some administration worked in silo and have their own system. And I think that we really need to avoid the duplication of the system for the benefit of the whole ecosystem. And what we do suggest is where a performance single window exists, please, we do suggest to, trade actors to use the single window environment for digitize all permits, certificate, and trade document. And what was the very important, that we realized on the ground, there is a need to harmonize the SH code. And when the SH code is updating, there is a need also to find a way to communicate easily to all trade actors. So this was also very important. And all the trade actors coming from Senegal and Mali, welcome this initiative. And all this project was based and build system were built and supported of UNCITRAL standards, since we do use XML, and try our best to be aligned with the UNCITRAL recommendation. So what will be we will have on the table is to extend this trade document, certificate of origin, to others document like the phytosanitary and also custom declaration. But please, my last word will be to see how we can harmonize all existing system and not working in silo, having one system dealing with the certificate of origin for Europe, the certificate origin for China. What we need to do is to assess and to see how we can have synergy based on standards in order for the benefits of the trade actors. Thank you very much, Kamola.
Thank you, Nogai, for driving us through the other side and actually the complexities of the data and documentary exchange. And it's true that, as Pierre also mentioned in the beginning, for us as trade facilitation professionals, we see multiple processes, multiple transactions, and multiple data exchange being done in the course of the cross-border trade. So it is very important that you, the experts that are in different locations, actually drive the work and make all the efforts to harmonize the exchange of data and documents. I see that we have two hands with questions. Actually, I was going to propose that we open up now for questions, hopefully not hopefully within the time. I think we can allocate about 10 minutes for Q&A. And I would like to take the question from the virtual participant, Omer. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I'm happy to see some people in the room, which I met in person last week, and also our partners from the FIT Alliance, the Future of International Trade, specifically DSI and FIATA in the room, and also some others. So thank you very much. And thank you for the panel, which was very interesting. Just to spend a few seconds on who I am representing, at least. The DCSA is the Digital Container Shipping Association. So we are a not-for-profit organization, and our members together represent roughly 75% of all containerized trade. We are a standards organization, probably one of those private standards organizations which Pamela was referring to earlier. And our standards are published on our website, free to use and publicly available and open source for everybody to look at and adopt. And I very much agree with what was said before me in the sense of aligning between standards. Also the DCSA standard for the bill of lading, which is already there, already published, is something that I would urge the parties to use, to adopt. It's also aligned with the UNCITRAL data model, obviously, and a lot of the other, our partners within the FIT Alliance, like I said before. The DCSA was also invited, and we took part as observers for the working group on the NCD, and specifically gave input to the part in the NCD convention, which refers to the electronic version of it. And we were happy to be invited and happy to give our inputs there. So again, we are a standards organization, and we very much speak a lot of the time about the move from documents to data. And I think the ENCD is part of that, or should be at least part of that discussion, and using the different data elements and the different data models that are already there. So not reinventing the wheel so much, but more using it, leveraging existing standards which are already there. My question is directed to the representative from the WCO, which regards to customs specifically, because we know when speaking about obstacles of digitalization that there are countries, for example, in Latin America, but that's just one example, where customs are still requiring paper documents, and when they are able to receive digital documents, that's sometimes not really a digital document, but more a scan of a PDF, which is doubtfully a digital document. So my question is, what actually can be done to improve customs processes to be able to accommodate the transition from documents to data, actually? Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Omar, for the question, and a pleasure. Yeah, the question is crucial. What can be done? And I think the first thing is the full recognition that this is something that is not, if we're changing from static documents to structured data, it's just not a technical upgrade that needs to happen in systems. It has to be recognized by customs that this has to be an overall change of what's going to happen, and an opportunity actually of how customs can interact not only in a silo, but also with other cross-border regulatory agencies. And how the system has, as you were saying, a PDF is not something that we're aiming. It's not just having whatever you had in paper form, put it in a system, and that's it. Digitalized. Especially because I'm from the region, from Latin America region, so this touches upon my heart a little bit, as I've seen some examples of this happening, of course. So I would say that first is this recognition that this has to happen. Some customs in some places and in some regions could struggle a little bit more. It can be for several reasons, can be something cultural, things that have been happening on time, how they migrate to this, people that really are used to a lot of the same processes for a long time. In this case is where, for example, organizations like the WCO, we can come in. We have some capacity building specific developed for these countries, because we have to do tailor-made capacity building programs for certain regions. We know that the needs are not the same throughout the world. We, of course, invite them to approach. Nevertheless, we have seen that they need to be in some sort of, let's say, evolution of their own systems, in a maturity level, sort of say, that they have to be there. It's not mandatory, they can approach us, whatever, but we have noticed that they do it only when they reach certain threshold that we can do, which we can also help them with that. So from the part of the WCO, I'll say that a lot of it's the capacity building that we can provide to them, how we can get in contact with them, how we can open the doors for them to approach us. Maybe some customs have not had this in mind for a long time, that we can provide this capacity building. And of course, private sector is critical in this, not only to push a little bit customs also from the private sector part, but also in these spaces like these ones, that this is being heard, that this can be communicated to customs, and that we have open doors, open windows, opens everything to work with them, because we would really like the customs throughout the world and the customs community to approach us, and to know that as the WCO, we're not catered to a specific sector, or that we treat everyone in the same way, that we can really go ahead and focus and pinpoint the exact needs of certain regions or center members, specific countries, that we can help them to work with this.
Thank you, Omer, for the question, and Juan Diego for the answer. I hope it answers your question. I see we have one hand in the room, but also there is one online. So if you let me give the floor to the online participant first. Sunil, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panel. It is very informative session. Considering the time factor, I will straight away put this question. I'm Dr. Sunil Abhiratna. I'm the law lecturer and the IT lawyer in Sri Lanka, and I'm the chairman of ICT Law Committee of the Asia Pacific Regional Association Law Asia. Now, my question is, when you as far as this digitization of all these transactions, cybersecurity is very important. So, country to country, the application of cybersecurity is different. So, as a result, we can see even at the moment we have UNCITRAL model law on international electronic contracts, because UN Convention on International Electronic Contracts, but very few countries have ratified the UN Convention on International Electronic Contracts. Under these circumstances, what are the steps we have taken to harmonize the technology? Because different countries have applied different level of technology to maintain the digital documents. This can be a barrier to go ahead with this digitization of various contracts and transactions. So can you elaborate regional-wise, what are the steps we have taken to harmonize the situation, especially technology harmonization, to go for the fruitful digitization program?
Thank you, Sunil, for your question. I will turn to Luca for addressing it.
Thank you very much. And very quickly, in the interest of time, I think it's important to distinguish the issue of cybersecurity as such. We can see some emerging standards, legal standards, technical standards about, for instance, resilience of supply chain. But this is not what we are discussing here now. What we are discussing here now has to do not so much with the regulation, but with the enabling legal aspects, and where we see this convergence on technical standards. The problem currently is there is no universal standard, or there are few universal standards. For instance, if we look at digital signatures with the PKI, we have X.509, which can be looked at as a widely accepted one. For other solutions, for other trust services, we are in the good hands of ITU, of ISO. Sometimes there are regional standards, like in Europe for ETSI. But I believe that what is important is to make reference here to technology neutral descriptions of levels of reliability and levels of assurance. And I think that here the very strong message, and I'm very happy that we get from all the speakers, is that the number one paramount consideration is interoperability. But we achieve technical interoperability only through technology neutrality, and we achieve technology neutrality only if we avoid mandating the use of any specific standard product of technology. So the answer is, there are many standards. Better to have more standards, but all of them interoperable, than to have a single one that is necessarily going to be outdated because of technological development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. And if I may just compliment at UNCIFACT, also the standards that we develop are technology agnostic, and they're interoperable. So they do standardize the way how the data is entered into the system, but of course they don't mandate for this or that standards to be specifically used. I will turn to you, please. Introduce yourself and a question. And if anyone else would like to, I took note of your hand to share a comment or an example. Please feel free. Go ahead.
Hello everybody. I'm Patrick Vlacic. Hi, Luca. I'm with the University of Ljubljana, where I'm professor of transport law and vice president of CargoX. I would like to congratulate you for this great conference by UNCITRAL. I think that these kind of events are little stones in the future of electronic commerce, and also congratulations for the future convention. I really hope that it will be successful because it will be solving some things that we've been facing in the past as a company. I don't really have a question, just short intervention. We are actually doing in practice what you are talking here about. We are offering advanced cargo information for some countries. We are offering electronic bill of lading. And we also had a POC with Edox Online and the HMM Carrier and shipper Suzano, which was fulfilled practical EBL interoperability. It's a long way since we started in 2018. We've been the first to send the EBL on the blockchain, and then nothing happens. So I have one good and one bad news. The good news is that the shipping industry now is accepting the bill of lading, but the bad news that it's going very slowly. So this is why I congratulate you one more time for this conference, and I also would like to say thank you to DCSA, which enabled with its standards the interoperability. And what I would like to say also, before you mentioned that you can start electronic commerce without MLTR, that is kind of true, but it's kind of like of walking on a highway instead of driving, you know, because we've been the first one. We've been working on it without the legal basis. We've been working on contractual autonomy, and it is a hard way. So I would like to advocate for MLTR to be adopted as soon as possible in as many countries as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your comment and observation. And we also do a number of proof of concepts. It is through the pilots and through the proof of concepts that we define the further steps and also identify the possible gaps in the work that we do now. And I would be happy to discuss your findings from the POCs that you have conducted. Thank you very much. And over now to you.
Thank you. Does it work? Yes, it does work. I'm sorry for my question being not digital, but medium neutral, but I cannot help but asking this question. This question is for the representative of WCO. I'm taking part in the development of this convention as an observer in the Working Group 6. And as you might know, one of the possibilities is to use blank endorsement on the document, on the NCD. Actually, that means that once a blank endorsement is inserted, this document becomes a bearer document. So what do you think as a representative of WCA? Is it okay for customs purposes, for customs clearers to have the document that is a bearer document that doesn't have a name on it? It does have a description of goods, but you don't know who is the owner of these goods. Is it possible to make customs clearance with such a document?
Thank you for the question. I'll have to be frank that my focus on WCO is more on the data and technology aspects. This is something that we're working also together with the colleagues that are handling the RKC, the Revised Kyoto Convention, that this is a part that is fundamental in order to see how NCD can interact with the customs processes and how they can really have this validation. If I may, I think this is something that we can exchange contacts and probably come after with a more comprehensive response that could really address the question, if that's okay with you.
Thank you very much. Unless we have any interventions from the, I see one there.
Maybe I will comment. I will try to comment very quickly from a practical point of view. My name is Alua. I'm presenting Global DTC. We are a member of PSA Group, PSA Singapore Port. So we are building digital trade corridor connecting China and Europe through China, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. So what whatever was discussed here reflected so much with all of the barriers we have met during the building of the corridor. But what I would like to share here is that, first of all, to bring everyone to the same framework is very important to show the pilots. Like, for example, I can share a small example. We did a pilot, and now we are taking the data from 3 documents like SMGS, packing list, and invoice. We transform data into transit declaration, and through the connectivity, the customs clearances actually takes only 30 minutes now between China and Kazakhstan on Trans-Caspian route. So another thing is for us was not so easy to connect with different systems, different data transferring standards and whatever, but we decided to go. We didn't wait. So we started to connect and connected, and then now within 3 countries. So when we heard about NCD, we immediately wanted to become part of this and launch the next pilot. Also, having this legal framework, I think it's very important for all of these landlocked countries to have this type of document, which also can, I believe it also can catalyze the next steps for another type of cargo documents to be negotiable as well for the multimodal routes. So that I would like to share with you.
Thank you very much for sharing this example, and it's much appreciated when we hear about different testing of the concept in a real-time situation, and it helps a lot to have such platforms as this UNCITRAL conference to exchange, share experiences. Now, I don't see any further hands online and neither in the room. I would like to thank everyone for engaging in this session, and I would like to just draw some very preliminary conclusions from this. What we arrived to is that we need to support countries to understand the steps for exceeding and implementing the convention. To also support and coach businesses so that they know what are the benefits, and to unlock the benefits of implementing the NCD convention. And for that, of course, we need to cooperate and coordinate on the institutional level to have the highest impact on the countries and to let the countries benefit from this new NCD convention. At the UNEC, we stand ready to support with the standards, with the policy recommendations, and also with implementing the pilots. And finally, I want to thank UNCITRAL, Yang Ying, and Samira and Luca for giving us this opportunity to co-organize this important conference with UNCITRAL, ESCAP, and ITC. And of course, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists here in the room and also Nagoya online. And I see that you have the hand. Maybe we give you 30 seconds to intervene, and then we close and we pass the floor for the concluding remarks to UNCITRAL.
Thank you very much, Kamala. It is just to encourage the participation of all experts during the next UNCIFACT forum to be organized in Dakar from 24th to 28th November this year. So you are very welcome in Senegal, and this event will be coupled to a digital trade week when we will talk about logistic, trade, and also technologies. So thank you very much once again. This is an invitation to all. Thank you.
Many thanks, and we'll share the details with everyone. Thank you.
It's fine. So, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, as we bring this conference to a close, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants and speakers. Your contributions made this event a great success. A special word of thanks goes to our co-organizers, the International Trade Center, the United Nations Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, for your invaluable support in raising awareness both about this event and UNCITRAL ongoing negotiations of the draft conventions. Thanks to your efforts, we reached a broad and diverse audience with over 200 registered participants, including policymakers and members of the business community. Above all, today's event would not have been possible without the dedication, enthusiasm, expertise, and tireless efforts of our dear colleague in the UNCITRAL Secretariat, Ms. Yang-Ying Lee, Legal Officer and the Secretary of Working Group 6. Please join me in extending a heartfelt round of applause for her outstanding work and also contributions by all. Finally, our gratitude is also to our conference management and service colleagues. Thank you. While grounded in transport law, the draft convention on negotiable cargo documents is not a traditional transport law instrument. It would not be. As highlighted throughout the day, its cross-sectoral nature, bridging finance, transport, and digital trade, makes it unique. While focusing on the commercial use of negotiable cargo documents, it involves a wide spectrum of stakeholders. The cross-sectoral nature of the text was clearly reflected in today's program. The 5 thematic panels offered valuable insights into how negotiable cargo documents can help businesses, in particular micro, small, and medium enterprises, in access to trade finance. The role of transport corridors and negotiable cargo documents in enhancing regional and global connectivity. Ways negotiable cargo documents could streamline operations across different modes of transport in both unimodal and multimodal context, and what needs to be done to support the swift uptake of negotiable cargo documents, including in electronic form. As UNCITRAL continues leading the multilateral negotiations towards finalizing the convention, UNCITRAL demonstrates its capacity to link together states and other stakeholders, even at a time when the international community and the United Nations face significant global challenges. As a technical expert body, UNCITRAL's strength lies in its pragmatic approach to providing legal solutions to real-world cross-border problems that businesses face, such as the absence of a negotiable cargo document across all modes of transport. As we approach the finalization stage, we encourage states and all interested stakeholders to engage actively with each other and legal and technical experts. Understanding the full implications of the negotiable cargo document and working together to build consensus and support for future convention and its early adoption, hopefully later this year, is vital. There will be ample opportunities for continued engagement, including the 4th United Nations Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain this June, the 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries in Abaza, Turkmenistan this August, the 58th session of UNCITRAL this July, and in the 6th Committee during the 80th session of United Nations General Assembly this autumn. Much has already been done. For example, recognizing the special relevance of the project to landlocked developed countries, a side event titled Legal Tools for Empowering Landlocked Developing Countries, Enhancing Freedom of Transit and Trade Facilitation was held during the last Working Group 6th session in New York. This event, organized jointly with the Office of the Special Representative of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States, as the chair of the group of Landlocked Developing Countries, fostered meaningful dialogue among policymakers on the draft convention's implications for landlocked countries. But much more remains to be done. As we heard today, while the draft convention, once adopted, may enter into force with 3 states parties, many more will be needed to ensure the effective and widespread uptake of negotiable cargo documents. Completion of the negotiations, adoption of the convention, and its entry into force is only part of the job. Continued efforts in technical assistance, awareness raising, and capacity building, particularly for micro and small enterprises, will be essential. While the UNCITRAL Secretariat remains committed to supporting implementation of a future convention, Its resources are limited, and we rely heavily on the support of our partners. And it is heartening to know that this support has been strong, both today and in the preceding years. In particular, Working Group 6 has greatly benefited from the input of industry experts in transport, banking, and insurance, as well as digitalization professionals. The process has also been enriched by collaboration with intergovernmental organizations, custodians of unimodal transport instruments, as well as representatives of customs authorities and regional integration bodies. Together, all stakeholders, governments, businesses, and legal experts are demonstrating that complex global challenges like modernizing trade finance and logistics can only be effectively addressed through a cooperative multilateral approach. If ever we needed further proof of the enduring value of multilateralism in crafting practical, inclusive, and sustainable solutions for global trade, this is it. Let us carry forward the momentum of today's discussions and continue working together towards realizing what promises to be a truly transformational shift in international trade. On behalf of the UNCITRAL Secretariat, thank you for your active participation and ongoing support.